Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome back to what we call the Red Eye Session. This is the Friday morning here at the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth. Jarlath Eaton and Glenn Durrett to preview the day. Glenn, a very good morning to you. Did you sleep well? What do you think this is going to be like for the players today?
Well, don't forget, with it being this morning, they've had lots of rest, actually, and just chatting to a few of the players. And, well, certainly from Richie Parkin's point of view, he's had a good night's sleep, and they're all raring to go down there.
And obviously, this is such an important day because there are no second chances. People have been playing since Monday morning. People obviously have been playing since yesterday. This is the moment for them, really, for them to try and get to that finals night.
Yeah, there's an opportunity to come through the pack. Opportunities for all. I mean, when you've got up against somebody who's gone 5 out of 5, you fully expect that Richie's, going to be the one player. That's how I'd be feeling if I was one of the others. But there's still a place there for people, and usually something happens on the, on the Friday because everybody wants to be here on Saturday night.
They do indeed. By the end of the night, we will know exactly who will be a part of our superb 6 for finals night. But if you weren't with us last night, here's Henry Deacon to talk you through what happened in Group B.
Andreas Harrison found himself on 2 points overnight, this 101 being his highlight against Lee Evans. Meanwhile, for Jamie Kelling, he got the better of Matt Dennen, winning his first 2 games but losing the subsequent 2 to finish on 4 points. For Lee Evans, this 117 was his highlight. He's also on 4, one of 3 players who will be vying to get themselves into finals night. Talk about players who want to be getting themselves into finals night. Mike Warburton made it a 2 from 2 evening himself, finishing off with a 4-0 victory against Jamie Kelling, but securing this 101 against Evans. But the man to beat is Matt Dennen. 3 wins from 4 last night, and he really was the standout performer.
Indeed, he was, Henry. He was a standout performer, wasn't he, Matty Dennen? 6 points, and he leads this Group B table, but it is so tight at the top. There's 3 players there on 4 points, and then Andreas Harrison on 2, but all 5 of them could still qualify. Yeah,
we were talking during comms yesterday that all players could end up on 4 points at one stage. I think the only person who really went to bed last night, really disappointed, was Andreas Harrison, and he was actually my tip to top the group. So just shows you where I know. Jamie Kelling opened up with 2 wins, so he could be a little disappointed. But Matty Dennen and Mike Warburton had a big win at the end, so I think all of them have still got big chances tonight.
And obviously the good thing for Group B people is the fact that only 3 still qualify, so of course Andreas isn't out of it yet.
He is an exceptional player, and last night it was not his night. He was well below par.
Indeed. But let's move on then to Group C and let's take a look ahead. As you mentioned, of course, Richie Parkin, dream debut for him here at the MODUS Super Series, 5 wins out of 5, but also there as well, he's on 10 points and he looks like he could be going to finals night tonight. Obviously, there's two games you'd think, probably 2 or 3 wins and he'll be there. But as you can see on the table there, Lisa Ashton and Jacques Labre are both on 6 points and Shewan as well on 4 points as well.
Yeah, it's big news at home. Everyone's absolutely delighted for Richie in social media, and it couldn't happen to a nicer guy, but the job's not done yet. And I think as much as his inexperience under the MODUS Super Series banner, there's a lot of experience there. I think he knows what the situation is, but fully expect Lisa, Jacques, to be really quite dominant today. And Lee Shewan's last game against his first opponent today, that was a bitter pill to swallow, so who knows what's going to happen next.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's talk about that game. If you say Lee Shewan against Jack Vincent, he was the 117 from Lee to go 2-0 in front. But as you say, in the end, it was Jack Vincent that managed to take out this 77 out shot to go and take the victory. What do you think is going to happen in this game this morning?
All I know is that Jack Vincent's got another win under his belt now, and hopefully we see the best from him. He was on a stinker of a run, and I think physically and mentally it was affecting him at times there. So hopefully we see a buoyant player there. Lee Shewan can play darts. My tip yesterday as they played each other, that it would be a comprehensive win for Lee. So, it's first game of the day, nerves kick in there, but if you're going to come through the pack, it's got to start now.
Here we go then. So players are ready. The brilliant Paul Hinks, our referee, is ready. Glenn's going to run down and join, hopefully, a ready Henry Deacon, because it's tungsten time.
Good morning, Jarlath. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Friday at the Super Series, which means one thing. It is Decision Day, where we're going to find out the final 5 identities for the Week 5 finals field here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Lee Shewan is well in the mix of doing exactly that. 4 points from his first day's action, a 2 and 3 day. Just 2 points off Lisa Ashton and Jacques Labre, who occupy second and third place respectively. Remember, the top two are the pair that will qualify for the finals from this particular group. For Vincent, the reverse fixture between these two yesterday saw him get a crucial victory, a first victory for a couple of days, as he looks to end his Super Series experience on a high. And who knows, if he can win 4, maybe all 5 games, he may be in the mix to qualify in that second spot. Paul Hinks is our referee for all the action. Friday is underway, and I am joined alongside the 3-time Lakeside champ, former Premier League winner, Glenn Dunn. Very good morning to you.
Good morning, Henry. Looking resplendent once again. I think Lee Shewan must have went to bed last night with a lot of disappointment. I think playing Jack, this is his last game. Jack was 43. On a horrible run. I think he probably thought he had the 2 points in the bag. But he's dusted himself down overnight. And if you're going to come through the pack, it needs to start with immediate effect.
125.
How much of that victory, especially it being the last game of yesterday's session, just give him a little bit of a confidence boost going into today?
30.
Honestly, he's a lovely lad. I was really happy for him, and just to see that smile on his face. And I think he tried to grab hold of me last night just to have a chat, but I don't want to put too much into his mind. If he wants to chat
100.
after the week is over, you know, I can certainly give him what my thoughts are of how the week's gone and what his positives and negatives, strengths and weaknesses that I sort of saw. But all I know is that we're going to see him back. He just had to get out there enjoying himself, and already he's come out the blocks flying.
177 after 9. Should have a bit more of a sluggish start to this particular encounter. Remember, this is one of 15 games in this morning session in Group C. Then we return tonight for Group B, which we saw yesterday evening up until the early hours. And leading the way in that one, as we saw at the top of the show, is Matt Dennant. That's 10 o'clock on Sporting Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But here and now, Jack Vincent 1-3-1 for the opening leg.
91. 43.
Once again, why am I a pundit? I seriously thought Lee would come out the traps quickly, and you can see his shoulders. That's one thing he doesn't want to see.
Game shot on the first leg.
And when you say, what will that win do for Jack? 16-darter opener, Henry.
Not a bad way to open proceedings.
What a story that would be if, you know, Jack
like Lee to throw
went on the run today, and he's the guy that comes through the pack. Because for me, he's the one that's sort of been forgotten out a little bit. I think for Jack, it was just today was just about
41.
Enjoying the day. It was just about, you've got that monkey off your back, you've got that win now. Just go and enjoy it. But he's thrown a dart. This is the best dart of the week for him.
121.
And is there a feeling now where he can just free roll today? There's no pressure, no expectation. He can, as you mentioned in the last leg, just go out and enjoy it.
Well, just Lee, he must be enjoying seeing what Lee's doing right now. But this is
180.
Out of absolute nowhere, because he's just put 20 points on his average just with that one shot there. I mean, it was a disastrous start for Lee, but maybe that was the moment it kicks in.
98.
I must admit, we've enjoyed the time with the guys again this week. Where's this coming from?
140.
But we've had good fun with Paul Hinks last night and overnight. You know, quintessentially Yorkshireman. Just so funny, and yeah, what an absolute legend.
100. Leo Carr 140.
So legendary that some people decide to mimic his call.
85.
Yes, we had you know, I think we had good fun last night in comms. You know, obviously it was quite late on, so we're just trying to spice it up a little bit. So please join us and join in with the fun. We're here to answer any questions.
55.
Get on our social media at MSS Darts. Does a 180. I'm happy to answer anything. But from nowhere, Lee Shewan. I was getting a little bit worried. I know statistics early doors are not something we try to commentate too much, but he was actually averaging in the 40s for 1.5 legs there.
They'd like Jack to throw first. Game on.
Jack just shy of 100. Where is Jack been all week. Darts like this, but
140.
I did see the positives. I did see the potential that he could do this. And I think for Lee, it's a bit of a shocker.
24.
Now, he did mention that playing first doesn't play to his
81.
strengths, and
He did, didn't he?
we are seeing it here a little bit, it has to be said.
And you might think that first dart from Jack in the last 3 darts was a bit of a wild one.
85.
But I can assure people, after sitting up close and personal for 5 days now, his best dart is just above the treble 20, because they do that. They just dip in for him, and if there's one weakness,
99.
he usually goes low with his second dart. So I know he does a lot of analysis of his throw in his game, and they're the kind of things when I'm sat like centimetres away from the screen for
45.
5 days looking at every dart he's thrown. But once again, his weakness is when he goes low 1, low 5, low 20. But that's perfect for him there. He'll just follow this in. He might use the bullseye last dart.
100.
That's how confident he is. This is a new Jack Vincent.
Leaving 81 after 12, and the leg that Sherwin was done in 14,
47.
so this
Jack
has been a really good
81.
performance on Vincent thus far. So 81 to open up a 2-1 lead, and could be halfway towards doing a double over Lee Shewan. Doesn't decide to go 12 on ball because Shewan isn't on a finish,
29.
and not quite sure. That was about a bit of a flyer there, I think.
Yeah, that's his only disappointing dart so far, so just eradicate that from the mind straight away.
100. Jack
And if you do this in 2
52.
darts. And this is a section, actually. I was number crunching before I came on air, and round this 41 to 55, Jack's been really
32.
poor on his finishing, and by far has the lowest statistic of his finishes. I think it's only 1 in 4 when he's had a chance of a 2-dart combination, and that is definitely something that he needs to look at.
58. Jack 20.
Compared to Richie Parkin, who's 80% on any time he had a finish between 41 and
Game shot on the
59.
third leg. Jack Vincent.
Jack was way down, about 16%. Just early
Fourth leg
indicators.
leader throw first. Game on.
When we talk about Lee not enjoying going on first, he won't want to see that stat
81.
there. But for Jack, solid, professional, averaging over 90. That's all you want to do in your first game of the day. You like that dart.
100.
Exactly that. And a little nod of appreciation. I think he knows. I think he's learned a thing or two about his throw this week. I think Lee will be borderline
57.
frustrated right now, because if Jack does the double over him and everybody else has beat Jack, you know, they're big 4-pointers.
What would be the
100.
mentality of Jack and Josh going into today?
I don't know if I know enough about Josh to really answer that. I've had some fantastic conversations and chats with his dad,
140.
who's been giving me loads of information, from chicken nuggets to the strength of his curry, etc. But just a little bit about him. Whereas Jack, when I've sat here with you, Henry, for 5 days, I feel like I know him.
60.
You know, I've known him for a long time, but I feel I can assess his game more. And right now, he just has to be. He just has to enjoy it for me. I think he has to just
140.
play around with it a little bit. He probably mentally thinks he's not going to qualify now. But if he'd done something crazy and won 5 out of 5, you never know. But this, for anyone watching now, this is the best of Jack Vincent this week.
100. Leo Car 83.
There even looks like there's a little bit of belief there for him. But that's a wonderful dart for Lee, double 16. And as bad as he's played today,
Game shot on
double
the fourth
16
leg.
means
Lee
it's 2-2.
Shewan.
So as much as we're saying how well Jack is playing and how poor Lee is playing, you know, the statistic is 2-2.
But interestingly,
Looks like
with the
Jack to
throw,
throw
Shewan has
first.
had a
Game on.
14, now a 15. So with the darts, he's very strong. Against the darts is when he's had those off legs.
Yeah, absolutely. And
99.
he's been very relentless, Jack. I mean, if Lee's going to break him, he probably needs one of them 14 or 15 darters that he's doing on his throw.
58.
It can be frustrating when you're winning legs so comprehensively with your throw, and then not being able to hit a barn door. against the throw. And that's the weak dart for Jack. That's the one that's just a little bit low,
58.
and that's probably the reason why he's only scored the 58 there. And you just feel Lee's going to pounce on this.
87.
The Cobbler. We talked about his nickname yesterday. Working on a building site. I think it was a scaffolding, and someone shouted Shewan. And someone said, Sherwin, is he a
58.
cobbler? And that's the nickname stuck since then.
If he was to get to Champions Week, it'd be some feat for him.
85.
Just another shout out for my good friend Tommy Thompson. Sure Tommy and Kirsty are watching right now. I'll see you at the Isle of Man next year, TT.
140.
Dozer is coming back. He wants his crash title. Can't wait to see you.
125. Jack your car 146.
2-2, Henry. Both on 146. Let's see who's got the best finishing.
Along, treble 18 was the intended target.
83.
So Shewan will be going back now for the same target. We'll go a different way. I'll head downstairs. The two treble 19s to leave double 16.
31.
And so Vincent returns
Jack
to
your car
63 for a 3-2
63.
lead.
Yeah, Jack's got an old head on young shoulders. He's very traditional on his finishes. We've seen this week, but he needs the big 17. And this would feel nice if this goes. But that's a well-thrown
23.
dart. I
Leo
wouldn't,
car 115.
I wouldn't beat yourself up too much there. And this 115 is not a gimme. Once again, he might stay down in the 19s here to take that odd number off. Nice. Stay there. He still can finish this. This is a disappointing. And you can see the frustration in his face
13.
there. Very
Jack
poor.
your car 40.
That makes this 40 here for Jack just that little bit easier.
Double 10.
20.
And that could be a game-changing
Leo
moment
car
because Shewan
102.
returns to 102. He hadn't been close to threatening a break in the previous two times Vincent's thrown first, but he may get himself a dart if he had got that treble 14 for top to have obtained it there, and it would have been a big moment in the match. And so
54.
Vincent returns then.
Jack your car
Another go
20.
at double 10 for a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, there's a lot of good work that Jack's done this morning, but his finishing is only 4 out of 10 for me right now. Double five's been good to all the players this week.
15.
That's
Leo car
disappointing.
48.
First time Jack will think, and Lee's not been in this game, he's been second best throughout, and if this double 16 goes in,
Game
which
shot on
it
the
does,
flag.
and you just think quality players sometimes have to win ugly. It's okay having these 100 averages every game of the week, but in the end, it's just the 2 points, and you know you soon forget what the averages are within a couple of hours, a couple of days, a couple of weeks.
First. Game on.
Just get the points on the board, and the game can be tough. And if you can just thrash it out sometimes, it can be just as satisfying as a comprehensive win.
Well, it's an old school train of thought when it comes to football, isn't it? Where teams that win leagues win those scrappy games 1-0, when you have to
44.
go to places like Crystal Palace or Aston Villa, and you've got to grind out the victory 1-0. It may not be pretty, but you get the job done. And that's quite similar in this format here at the Super Series.
It's lovely to put a virtuoso performance, a breathtaking, be superior, but sometimes just grinding out. And I think that was, you know, a lot of my games, you know, it was never ever going to be about 110 plus averages. I used to just love a match play. And that's how I see Lee at this moment. He's just grinding away here. And like I say, he's been second best. He's not getting as frustrated. And I wouldn't recommend he gives too much away to Jack, because CV-wise, you know, Lee Shewan is the better player.
96.
But you have to say, Jack Vincent's been the better player in this game, but he finds himself 3-2 down.
And it's where Shewan's experience is coming to the fore here in finding a way of grinding
96.
the result out and finding a way of getting over the line. Sometimes, as you say, it doesn't have to be pretty. It's just about getting the points on the board.
By hook or by crook sometimes.
60.
And they were going in hundreds in the first couple of legs. He's just got to forget that and get back to basics. And he points to his head there. I think at 9:30 in the morning, it's just about focus. It's not easy. We don't play our best at 9:30 on the morning. It's a lovely dart.
100.
So
Leo
looking
car
for more.
114.
So from nowhere, really. He's already got a dart here for the match, but that's a lazy dart, that. He's just dragging that, but he's going to set himself up a 2-dart
82.
combination there.
Jack car 118.
And Jack, as tough as 118 sounds, it is only a 1 treble combination. Wrong treble.
78.
And so Lee
Leo car
Shewan
32.
returns to 32 to seal a 4-2 victory. He's gone through the gears. He's found a way.
No score.
But
Jack
he hasn't
car
secured
40.
the win just yet. And so Vincent returns to tops to take us all the way to a deciding leg in our opening game of the day.
You could visually see the frustration with Lee yesterday. And if he doesn't win this match, then 3 darts at 32 will haunt him. But Jack, once again,
35. Leo car 32.
getting the opportunities, Jack. You've got no one else to blame but yourself. And I fully expect this to go after that marker. Wow. 99.
14. Jack car 5.
Feels like Argentina on the telly. Because it's Messi.
Double 2 to take us to a decider.
Game
The
shown on
madhouse will
sixth
do
leg.
for
Jack
Vincent. And so we will go to a 7th and deciding leg in our opening encounter of the morning session. Is this the trend and the path that is set to follow as the
7th and final leg. Jack to
day
throw
goes
first.
on? Because
Game
when you look
on.
at this group, or you look at both the groups today, it has the potential for a lot of 7-leg matches.
I do love that camera angle there that we're just seeing there, just to see
27.
what the players see from their view. And as frustrated as Lee will be, and then to see these darts go like this.
140.
That's why it's such an amazing game. You can be on the floor, you can feel $1 million, all within 9 darts.
140.
Well, this game has really demonstrated the swings and roundabouts of this sport. There was a point where there was 40 points in the averages between the pair, and they've met in the middle here, which is why we're going all the way to the decider. But Shewan may have turned the screw in it.
I won't sort of bleat on too much about throws at the moment, but Lee is not following through with the dart. It's really jabby. You can see he's nervous, and you just see that it's not as smooth. And what I mean by the follow through is that final bit of the throw.
95.
But that last dart there was exactly what he needs to do. And in this time, you just have to just go through your process, breathe, get the adrenaline down. It's an important moment for him, but he's well ahead now in this.
60.
And the only dart he's thrown really well for the last couple of minutes is the first one. So just nice and follow through. No real panic right now.
59.
He leaves himself 72. The finish, he'll feel confident he can do it for Jack. 2 treble visit required.
Isn't going to happen. So
58.
Sherwin returns for
72.
72 to claim the first rubber of Friday here at the Super Series.
And it's double 6.
66. Jack car 156.
I think both players will just want this game over. But what have I learned about this week? You do get some incredible moments. It's double 3 going to be the moment for Lee Shewan. He'd just be thinking, just hit it, please. I don't think he'd even think about going 2 double 2. It's straight for it. That one, that just goes in.
4. Jack car 100.
This is horrible for both players. But the 2 points are absolutely huge. 100. Treble 19, it can still be done.
44. Leo car 2.
Any recommendation I can give to Lee is just go big on this double 1. Don't even aim for it.
Shot and the match. Lee Shewan.
But it goes in. Very, very messy opening game. But a massive 2 points. You can see the relief on Lee there. He'll now settle into the tournament again. If he's going to come through the pack, it's all about them wins. And that's exactly what he did. Next up, we've got Lisa Ashton against Jacques Labre.
Well, welcome back then to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth and the Modus Super Series. But the big thing here is that we do have a winner in our first game here. It was a tense affair. Jack Vincent going 2-1 in front, but Lee Shewan avenges the defeat from yesterday. He manages to come through by 4 legs to 3, despite missing match starts, multiple match starts. He eventually gets the job done and he moves on to 6 points, where he will find Lisa Ashton and Jacques Labre, which is going to be our second game of the morning. Now, these two have been playing each other since Monday. Remember, this is a huge game, this actually, because the winner will then go on to 8 points and will get themselves clear of the pack. You just saw there Jacques winning on Tuesday with a 1-4-1 outshot against Lisa. Lisa, though, avenging the defeat yesterday with a fantastic 135 outshot as well. So we're expecting some high checkouts between these two. Now, here's a little stat for you. These two, as I said before, have been playing each other since Monday. Lisa leads the overall series 3-1, but I'm sure she traded every single win right now for a win in this one. Out of the 28 legs that they have played, 27 of them. They could have been playing 28. They have played 27 of them. So, Henry and Glenn, hope you've got the coffee ready. Here we go.
So what are you trying to say? That this is going to be 4-3 either way? Thank you very much. But a big game, joking aside. Second and third place here. This could be a real pivotal moment of this group, actually. When I was looking at the fixtures for this morning, both of these players sat on 6 points. And you just feel like maybe 3 or 4, 3 wins. I think 4 wins would be confident. Probably looking at 12 points, 14 points. So a big game, this one.
As you say, it's a game that will probably set the tone for the rest of the day to follow. One will get on to 8 points, so one will put themselves already at this stage of the process in a commanding position to get themselves through. There'll be a game in front.
First flag is
Richie
Lisa
Parkin then obviously
first.
then can move on to 12 in his next match against Josh Richardson, and then we're seeing 2 players out in front who'll be in a strong position, and it'll be down to
100.
Lee Shewan and the loser of this game, you'd feel, to chase.
Yeah, a ridiculous amount of legs Lisa's played this week. I mean, it's
45.
wonderful getting match practice. But I think she should be on time and a half for some of the games she's played.
60.
There's practice and there's playing every single leg available.
And yeah, and the matches against Jacques, like we've just said there, pretty much. On Monday, Jacques 3, Lisa 4.
25.
And Jacques 4, Lisa 3. 3-4 again on Wednesday. And yesterday, first time it was only 6 legs played. So there's nothing can split these two. But it's been Lisa that's been getting the winning double. A real stinker of a start for Jacques.
100.
That might just settle him down. Steady tons early doors. Then peak to a crescendo.
55.
I was invited to a French darting Facebook group yesterday, so I accepted the invitation. I was really surprised looking at a lot of the updates. I mean, virtually every game Jack is playing.
46.
But I did laugh at one of the statuses was out on Monday, my pronunciation of Jacques. So I have improved to Jacques. And my friend Glenn Brooksbank hopefully will
60.
teach me a little more. So, merci beaucoup, Glenn.
Good to see the traction that the Super Series is getting. Ashton here looking for a ton outshot for the opening leg. With tops.
I can understand why she's gone that way, because twice this week she's pinged that 2 double tops. But with Jacques on 1-3-1, here's the argument. She could sort of played it safe a little bit with the treble 20. But it's easier saying afterwards.
52. Lisa requires 60.
What have you called this week, Henry? Pop, pop.
Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg. Lisa Ashton.
And that's all you want from your opening salvo, your opening leg of the match, especially when you know there's absolutely nothing can separate you this week.
Second leg, Jacques to throw first. Game on.
But just when we begin to think we understand this MODUS Super Series, we'll probably see a 4-0 in this game.
100.
Inconceivable.
But you can visually see Jacques is settling down now. His first 6 starts are a little bit of a concern. And it just shows how much getting to Saturday night's final means to all these players. It's been a long week for these two guys. But the conclusion of playing on this magnificent stage
100.
with a crowd on Saturday night for a £5,000 prize and a chance to get to Champions Week for a prize of 20 grand.
140.
Over £1 million paid out in 2023. The MODUS Super Series, now in partnership as well with the ADC, so people going to them tournaments.
60.
Let me just tell you, if you get an invite to come to Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, snap your hands off. Or send a message to Richie Parkin and ask him how he felt yesterday. He said for the first time in darts, he felt like $1 million.
I know it's easy for us to say it's sat in the chairs that we're sat in, but every single player who comes here goes, wow.
81.
They just go, wow.
And the commentary team too. I absolutely love it. I was just before my interview
60.
with
Jacques Labre 160.
Charlie on the balcony there. I just looked down and it's a magnificent stage.
60. Lisa Car 144.
On 4-4 for 2-0 lead. Won't go this time, so Labre back for
Jacques Labre 100.
What you want with your first dart, Henry? And double 10.
Game
Lisa
show on the second
and
leg.
Jacques, nothing can separate them. And now they're both winning on the same double. And speaking of the production team, Jacques is doing a fantastic job upstairs.
brilliant job.
Super relaxed, super
They're like
confident,
Lisa
following
to
someone as
first. Game on.
proficient as Chris Murphy. And I know he's enjoying it every second himself.
100. $42.
We've talked about in the first game, people not playing the better darts against the throw.
55.
And that seems to be the same in this match as well. And is it me or is Jacques playing just a little bit slow, getting his darts out? He's more. This is what I've been seeing at his strength this week.
100.
His darts hit very upright. And that 100 is, he must have, I'd like to see how many hundreds he's hit this week.
60.
But in this game, it's kind of been enough.
Yeah, like I said, it's early doors. I can't, I'm trying to give an expert opinion of how they're feeling.
59.
And Lisa with them 4 stars on her back. One of the most decorated lady players that the world's ever seen. But I tell you, at 10 o'clock in the morning, first game of the week, sat in second place, wanting to get there, and she'll be feeling the nerves. And she's up against someone who she's played 4 times already this week, and nothing can separate them.
140. Lisa Car 146.
Far from Lisa's been just pinging that winning double against the pair. 66, treble 10 or bull.
90. Jacques Car 160.
And we've seen this from Jacques this week, the 160. And it came from absolute nowhere. It really sort of kick-started his belief.
90. Lisa Car 56.
And that word belief I could say to a few players this week, and just watching Jacques Vincent in the last game. But tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
Lisa Ashton 2-1 up. But Jacques starts. And at this moment, this game is going with throw.
Fourth leg, Jacques to throw first.
Following the pattern of their previous meetings this week, where you cannot separate the two. Very little's prize them apart, but it's Lisa Ashton who's led the head-to-head by 3 meetings to 1. And if she can make it 4-1, this would be the most pivotal victory of the lot, because it would put her 2 points clear of Labre and Shewan in second place in the table before Richie Parkin.
100.
Toziuki, the man at the top of the table on 10 points, having won all 5 games on Thursday. He takes on Josh Richardson in what will be a bookending battle here in Group C.
And I'm sure all you Dart fans know, Minehead will be starting very soon at a much earlier 10:30. And from the boys in them early games, that would be sort of a little bit early into a lot of them.
140.
Is it because there's a football game on, Glenn?
Yes, Butlands could be trying to squeeze everybody into the smaller room, so it's quite a sensible decision. But people who are starting at 10:30, I think it's Rob Cross opening up. If you ever wonder how people prepare the professionals, you know, some players like 4 hours at the venue. Merv King likes 9. But Krzysztof Ratajski is the one who, for me, is the least. I've seen him walk in with 40 minutes to go before he played, so they're all different. But someone like Rob Cross, who's on at 10:30, will like to get in the venue 3 hours before. So you're looking at getting in the venue 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m. Really important to get some
60.
fuel into your big breakfast. So they'll have all been planning exactly. Not just a case of getting up there and throwing a dart. You want to be throwing at your best.
134.
And that set up by Lisa is her best. It's advantage Ashton.
And it'll be for the best leg of the match, a 13 darter to turn the screw in this one. She's just
62.
up the levels
Lisa
in this
Carr,
leg as the
32.
Lancashire Rose.
But the story this week is the hard work's been
24.
done.
Jacques
It's missed
Labre,
doubles, and for Lisa,
134.
every time I walk through, she says, "Glenn, when am I going to start hitting doubles this week?" And if this 1-3-4 would hurt, and there's the opening salvo, treble 14. You can only just go back for a fat 20 and up, Lisa.
94.
Lisa's problems on the outer ring continues.
Double 2, that was close to busting.
No
that
score.
did bust.
Jacques Labre, 40.
She doesn't normally shake her head and show frustration. But the headlines for Lisa this week will be missed
Game
doubles.
shot on the 4th leg. Jacques Labre.
And that double 10 has been very, very kind to Jacques. I'm not sure how, but it's 2-2.
We are back at Desmond.
5th leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Max?
140.
No, not quite on this occasion. And I do wonder, I can't remember this, but I wonder if there's ever been a session here where every single leg's been played, because that could be a conceivable scenario with this group.
57.
It seems to happen when England play as well, doesn't it? It just shows you how tight. And I thought last night we couldn't separate it.
108.
And Lisa can't separate darts out that treble 20 there. She pings her first max of the morning. The frustrating of missing nine darts at a double means the grits her teeth, and it's 140, 180. A long way ahead already in this leg. She might use the bullseye there, but she's so far ahead it makes sense. Just a 140, 180 ton after the frustrating of missing 9 darts at that double.
$100. Lisa Carr, 81.
Potential 11. The scoring has been superb. It's been 2 from 8 on the doubles.
Game
which
shot on the 5th leg.
is the reason
Lisa
why
Ashton.
it was 2-2. But Ashton reasserts her advantage and is a leg away from claiming a crucial 2 points against Jacques Labre. But it is the Frenchman here who has the
6th leg,
throw in the
Jacques to
6
throw
to
first.
send
Game
us
on.
the distance again. Pivotal moments coming up.
And what I want people to think who are watching here, when you're on a Saturday night for the finals
100.
night, you don't have to have that the greatest week, but what you need is gears. What you need is someone who's potentially got 10, 11, 12 darts in them. And Lisa can just put the
140.
afterburners. We've seen this already this week, me and Henry, where she can just have 2 or 3 minutes of just absolute magic. And that's what she seems to be doing ever since those missed doubles. She's just
100.
gone crazy with the 11 darter and opened this one with a 140.
Paraphrase MVG, right things at the right time.
100.
Yeah, I don't think timing's been necessarily the issue for Lisa this week, but I can tell everyone she's super frustrated with the doubles. Jack's just been very proficient here on the treble 20, but he's
140.
once again, he's been superb on his throw. If Jack's going to win this game, he's going to have to break Lisa.
91.
And you saw the little
Jacques
grimace
Labre,
there because
161.
beautifully thrown dash, just bang on the top of that wire there. No reward. Again, he might use the 25 bull here.
56.
That's a
Lisa
sensible
Carr,
wage. The
170.
execution wasn't as good. And the moment of the week for me last week was that 170.
58. Jacques Labre,
From the
105.
fish factory worker. And hitting the big fish. The headlines. Parkin charge.
However,
65.
yesterday's news is
Lisa Carr,
today's
112.
fish batter, and we'll see whether Richie Parkin can rewrite the stories again. Can Lisa Ashton secure victory with a 112 on tops?
72.
Not quite.
Jacques
Labre
Labre,
will turn
40.
for the same target for 3-3.
He's just very steady today, isn't he? Have you seen a remarkable change? And he's been really good on this double 10. Double 5.
30. Lisa Carr, 40.
And anyone who hasn't been watching this week, that double 5 has been very, very kind to everybody. Lisa was desperate to get up and running today. That's a great marker for the match. Double 10. And
Green
the woes
show
don't
the match.
continue. It's a
Lisa
4-2
Ashton.
victory for Lisa Ashton. Nothing really could separate this pair this week. But it's Lisa takes a clear second place. And next up, we've got top of the table, Richie Parkin against Josh Richardson. Join us soon.
Very well, welcome back then here to the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Thanks for staying with us, and you have just seen a huge win for Lisa Ashton in the race for Group C qualifications. You can see there on the stats, only the 180 between the pair, Lisa hitting that, but look at those checkout percentages as well. They've been just around the similar all week, really, around that 30% there for Lisa. She'll be a little bit worried about the doubling, as Glenn has mentioned in comms, but it doesn't matter. That is 2 points on the board. These two haven't really been able to be split throughout the entire week. 35 legs they could have played. They've played 34. 24. Unbelievable stuff there between the pair. Right, let's move on to match number 3. It is Richie Parkin against Josh Richardson, and a brilliant debut. We've already talked about this enough, but we can't really talk about it enough. Richie Parkin there taking out tops here, as you can see, for the win against Josh Richardson. That managed to get him to 5 wins out of 5. He's on 10 points. He leads the way in Group C. Can he keep this undefeated streak going? Josh Richardson, though, will be looking to try and get another win. He realistically needs this W in order to stay in the hunt for finals night. Huge game here then for Game 3. Let's send you back to the comms.
Thank you very much, Jarlath. Well, as far as debut days are concerned at the Super Series, they cannot get any better than the one that Richie Parkin put in yesterday, winning all 5 matches on his Super Series brow. He takes on Josh Richardson, who'll be looking to improve upon his Thursday performance. He picked up 2 points on 5 matches on Thursday at the Super Series. What can he do on Friday? For Richie Parkin, the 37-year-old from Whitby, for some of you, it might be the first time you've seen him, nicknamed the Thriller, the 24-gram designer dart, former quarter-finalist at the WDF British Classic. He takes on Richardson, the former world youth champion in both the JDC and BDO system, nicknamed Stealth, now 24 years of age.
Yeah, what an incredible debut yesterday for Richie, but today's a new day. I think he knows exactly. He might not have the experience on the MODUS Super Series, but he's been around the block a little bit in darting terms. He knows it's not over yet. I think he's got a real focus getting to 14 points, which will be
First flag is
2 wins out of 5, but he wouldn't admit that to me.
Game on.
This is a tough opener because the expectation is the word now, whereas yesterday you're on a bit of a free roll. Now people will be thinking about him. The bookies will possibly be making him favourites for games now. So things will be changing a little bit for him. So let's see what he's made of when the pressure's more on, when it's ramped up.
His odds to win the Group 4 play got underway was 1-3.
And obviously what I've seen this week and how things can change, and it's not a gimme. I mean, I would love Richie, and he started off beautifully here, but I did have my concerns.
180.
This is exactly what I see from Richie the past, where are we now, 22? For the past 12, 13 years, this is exactly what I've seen. Very, very likeable. What you see is what you get. The emotion in his voice with his interview yesterday with Chris Murphy, honestly, when I got back to where I'm staying, it was quite emotional. You know, I'm in various groups, and everybody is so proud of what Richie's done. I know they're tuning in. I know there's big things happening in the world of darts as we speak, and the World Cup and everything's on. But in the Northeast, there'll be a lot of people tuning in right now, Henry, and probably want to just see Richie get over the line, and he's opened up fantastically well here. Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg, Richie Parkin.
An 11 dart kill. Did I expect that? No, I didn't. I had my concerns. Everything that's been thrown at him this week, he's just raising the bar. Super darts, Richie boy.
To throw first. Game on.
I know you know him better than most, but I think there's probably a lot of people sat watching this thinking, where's he been? Where's he been? You know, he can play at a real high level.
100.
Then I would say to people, if one thing that Richie needs, he hasn't got the best job in the world. And if I've been disrespectful, I don't mean that. But what I'm saying is he probably needs a bit of backing.
100.
I think his dream is to get a Whitby business. I think he's very passionate from his area. I know a good friend of mine helped him with Q School last year, and he opened up with a 113 average in his first game at Q School last year. The game is in there, and if someone believes in him and what they've seen him in the past, couple of days, give the guy a chance. He's, like I said, he won't disappoint. He'll give everything 100%. You know, and to see him. You know, I've mentioned Jamie Durrant, the Carl Coleman's of this way. That's what I want to see in my darting life now, to try and mentor and support these lads, because I want to see them. I want to see Carl and Jamie on this stage, because they can do exactly what Richie's done this week. The Sean Matthews. I mean, Middlesbrough's just full of dart players who would relish this opportunity.
83.
And for Josh Richardson, it's a much improved performance so far today. I know he's on the wrong end of it at the minute, but averaging 93. And there was just times yesterday where he was struggling a little bit.
Joshua Carr, 122.
Treble there would have left the
61.
bullseye.
Richie
So Richie Parkin,
134.
1-3-4 for a breaker throw and a 2-0 lead, and you really wouldn't put it past him one little bit. Another one of them. That is
Game shot on the second
absolutely
leg. Richie
incredible
Parkin.
from Richie Parkin. Treble 18, tops for 1-3-4. He is playing like a dream.
They'd like Richie to throw first. Game on.
Where has he been? Where has he come from? What a find he is becoming at the Super Series.
I'd love to know if he enjoyed
57.
the 170. Oh, that tops. This is exceptional stuff. I'll let the darts do the talking, but I'm sitting here, goosebumps.
180.
And amidst the backdrop, Josh Richardson averaging 99.
I think Josh Richardson had his chicken nuggets last night. A
92.
message off his dad about his curries, but his favourite food is chicken nuggets. And I've just been, I like him today, Josh.
58.
He's getting this barrage being thrown at him right now. He's averaging just shy of the ton. But he's not, his shoulders haven't gone down. And like I said, he's still in with a chance in this game.
46.
The adrenaline must be flying through Richie right now, and that'll be the most difficult part for him, just trying to keep his emotions in check. Whereas Josh, this
180.
hot or cold Josh we talked about, he looks in the mood.
Now, our eagle-eyed social media admins, I think you might get a easy job today to pick game of the day, because you might as well just pick this, because this is absolutely incredible. 104, 103 the averages. Richardson 83. Goes bullseye first. That's the luxury of time.
63.
Goes up for tops.
Very sensible way of going there for that 83. I like that. With Richie not on a finish, it was very sensible. It just shows that Josh is thinking, and he hasn't panicked at all.
20.
After Richie came out the blocks like Usain Bolt.
Green shot on the third leg. Josh
Clinical,
Richardson.
proficient. Very adept performance from both players here. The quality's there.
Fourth leg, Josh to throw first.
But it's
Game
back on throw. Captivating match so early. We've seen the early struggles of Shewan versus
78.
Vincent. And we talked about how nervous people are for their first game. They've just thrown that adage in the bin.
We'll take another 12 of these.
42.
And like I said, the only problem for that 1-3-4 for Richie is
100.
all of a sudden your blood going through your body. The adrenaline will be kicking in, and it's just managing that right now. And you just have to really suck the air in. And just
40.
try and be as relaxed as possible, because he hasn't thrown a good dart since, to be fair.
And for Josh Richardson in that scenario, there's almost a fight or flight scenario towards it as he cranks in his third maximum of this match. He could have easily have sunk underneath the tungsten tide, but he's done the exact opposite. He's looked at that treble 18 tops. He's gone, okay, if that's the way you're going to play, I'm going to throw something just as good back.
It feels like the hare and the tortoise right now, because right now, Joshua's flying down the ranks. And looks a big favourite for this leg. The only positive for Richie is that he will have the darts in 2 of the last 3 legs.
23.
And maybe that's what he's thinking right now, unless he can fill this up.
$59.
Shanghai for 2-2.
120.
Both players now averaging the same, 95. Oh, that's mightily unlucky. It's just clipped the top of that treble 20 wire, and it's bounced out so far that it nearly came and clobbered him on the foot.
I was going to get the first aid box out there.
Don't tell health and safety, Glenn.
80.
What a lovely last dart that was, because after the bounce out, second dart was really dip low. But he's got a dart at tops. There's nothing Richie can do apart from put some pressure on. And can we hear the Paul Hinks?
180.
He
Josh
certainly
Rukar,
can.
40.
Will that make any difference to how Josh is going to throw this tops?
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
Absolutely
Josh
not.
Richardson.
No such thing as scoreboard pressure when Josh Richardson's around. 2 apiece in this one. Real quality encounter. 5 maximums in 4 legs. Richie Parkin averaging a ton.
First.
Josh Richardson 95.5. And we cannot separate this pair at 2 apiece amidst the beautiful backdrop here
91.
of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$60.
Sometimes you just want to sit back and enjoy your game, don't you? And don't let the commentary ruin it too much.
$80. $60.
First quiet leg of the week. Between these two players, ramped up by Richie Parkin. Just when you begin to doubt him, just when you think, is there any concerns? He pings his third 180 of this game.
150.
And the way he's playing, I would go for 3 bulls, Richie.
Yeah, definitely should have gone 3 balls.
100.
Now, if Josh Richardson can pile in a max here, then we could be heading in towards record book territory in this match.
180. Richie Parkin, 50.
We'll talk about it in the next leg, because Parkin here wants double 16 for a 3-2 lead.
You can talk all you want about 180s.
18. Joshua Carr, 101.
Point was them 2 missed darts at the double there. And 101, this would hurt Richie Parkin. This would hurt Richie. Oh, dear me. Yeah. I'll stay quiet there because watch what Josh is doing there. The frustration of missing the big number. For Richie, he's thinking, I've got away with it. I don't think any of us expect Richie to miss this double 16 with these 3 darts in his hands. Having to move.
No score. Joshua Carr, 16.
And we're just beginning to see the first signs of weakness. Is Richie thinking about it? Has Josh got away with
no
this?
No score. Richie Carr, 32.
In a game that's just been littered with quality, in a game that's had talking about records for 180s. Everybody feels it, and it still goes on. He's going to have to replicate that. Another double 8. He's having to move right across the hockey. This is not easy. He's going to move again to double 4. What is going on here? What else in this
28.
leg? Oh, dear.
Joshua Carr, 16.
And this is absolutely wrecked the averages as well. But Richardson will not care one bit if he can convert this double 8. 2 4s with a break of throw and a 3-2 lead. And there it is. Josh Richardson leads 3-2. Well, we've had 7 maximums in this match so far. The record in this competition for most maximums in a match is 9. Very much makeable if we go the distance in this game. That's happened on 2 occasions. Josh Payne against Andy Jenkins and Aaron Monk against Jason Askew. Josh, you're meant to hit a max there. You're meant to prove the point.
For all of a sudden, it's Josh who's beginning to be the big favourite and taking control of this game.
60.
Part of me, in a sick way, wanted to see how Richie was going to deal with adversity, and a 2-0 up and everything going so well after that incredible 1-3-4.
37.
And missed doubles might mean he goes back to the players lounge, and for the first time this week he'll have to sit back for a couple of games and have a little think about it. So all of a sudden those 180s are drying up and Josh looks like he's just beginning to find his A game.
In fairness to Josh, he hasn't deviated. He's just had to wait for Richie just to come down from the stratospheric first couple of legs, and because of that, he's met
Yeah, Richie's last
in
score was 67.
the middle.
With 82 on the screen.
Just having a little bit of a check with the scorecard. So we'll have a little chat with Glenn then here in the commentary box whilst we go through that, and we'll just double check the scores, because, as I say, this is a pivotal moment here for Richie Parkin, because if he wins this game, he moves on to 12 points in the group, and effectively he's kind of in a checkmate scenario come the end of the first game of Friday.
Yeah, it's going to be, but this is what you want. You want to see how he's going to react. You know, the 5 out of 5, they don't happen all the time. And the way this MODUS Super Series goes, it's just going to throw various scenarios throughout. Yeah. And this is, in even this moment here now where there's just this delay, that might actually be a good thing for him. Because, like I said, at times today, the adrenaline will just be running through him.
40.
But all of a sudden, he's not the same player now.
These things do happen every now and then. Obviously, we don't have chalkers here at the Super Series, so sometimes it's just the odd computer technological moment.
Josh should have hit the 180 there, shouldn't he?
Well, he's seeing out this game quite well, isn't he, Richardson?
46.
Leaving 70
Joshua
after
70.
12, and on the cusp of a victory that put him onto 4 points and would just halt the momentum of Richie Parkin for now. One dart to double
38.
16 doesn't go.
And these are the darts I expected from Josh yesterday. You know, I say my research sort of did conclude that he is hot and cold. Expected a little bit better from him yesterday. I'm sure he did too. But right now, if he can get this underway with this 32 against top of the table, Richie Parkin, and then Josh Richardson is really back in this Group C now. A tremendous win, and Richie Parkin loses his first game of the MODUS Super Series. And all of a sudden, he has something to think about now. Join back for Jacques versus Jacques.
180s galore then here at the Super Series. A very warm welcome back. And what a game we have just saw. I tell you something, I thought that Richie Parkin, after that 1-3-4, that magical 1-3-4, treble 18, tops in leg 2 to go 2-0 up, thought that was going to be the moment that he would win 6 straight games here at the Super Series. But back came Josh Richardson, 4 180s in the match for him, 3 for Richie Parkin as well, 7 180s between the pair. And it keeps Josh Richardson's very small realistic hopes alive here on finals night. And it brings Richie Parkin a bit closer back towards the field as we take a look then at the table. There he is, still on top though, 10 points. He can afford to lose one of those games, probably another couple of wins, and he should be there at finals night. But as you can see there, Lisa Ashton on 8 points, Jacques Labre and Shewan both on 6 points. And now Jacques Labre has a chance to put some pressure on Lisa Ashton herself, because he is now taking on Jack Vincent. Now these two have been in Group A as well, and Jack has won the last 3 games of these two, 4-3. There you see him taking out that 106 there to win on Wednesday, and then yesterday taking out this 76 outshot as well to continue his winning streak. As you say, he's won the last 3 games against the Jack Vincent by 4 legs to 3. And in fact, again, same story as it was against Lisa Ashton. Out of a possible 28 legs they could have played this week, they played 27. So I hope Henry and Glenn have got the coffee ready once more, as this should be a long one. Here we go.
Charlotte, are you trying to get in my bad books or what?
The thermos flask is here, Glenn.
Yes, I've got my water. But yeah, I think it's just absolutely typical of this week. It's just that the groups are so tight. And just talking to Henry off air, you know, in 2 games' time, it's Lisa Ashton, Richie Parkin. If Lisa wins that game, she goes top of the group, and Richie already goes into second. So all those people who just automatically had Richie in the final on Saturday night, the twists and turns are already beginning to happen. And the last person you want to bump into after a loss is Lisa. So very interesting times. We'll see what Richie Parkin's all about.
Indeed we will. But what we're going to make of Jacques Labre and what we're going to learn from him from this particular encounter, because suddenly on the back of that defeat to Lisa, this game becomes huge for him.
Game on.
It's actually a real big one for the group as well, because once again, if Jack wins Vincent, it really bunches that group, and it'd be a real delight for Lisa and Richie. But if Jacques wins,
135.
already looks a lot more confident than he did against Lisa. You know, then he really pushes for that second place there. So an interesting game, and already players backs in the players' lounge will have their own favourites here. But Lisa and Richie, for me, will be cheering for Jack Vincent.
$91. $100.
Just feel Jack's one of his biggest problems this week is just getting over that winning line, isn't it? He was in firm control for big parts of that opening game with Sherwin, but he just feels sometimes when he sees that
100
winning line, that's when all of a sudden his game dips a little bit. So not sure how that game's going to affect him, because his scoring prowess
59
was very impressive early doors.
How do you teach it, and can you teach that way of trying to cross the finishing line?
Mine was quite simply in an airport with little
59.
Richard, who said, "Glenn, can I give you some advice that you might just say yes to or no to?" And he just said, when you see the winning line, sprint through it. And when all of a sudden, when I was 2 each and 3 eaches in games,
116.
that bit of advice came into my mind, and I sprinted to the line. So it could be as quite simple as that. Big 19, tops for the opening leg for Jacques.
96.
JV a long way back here.
60. Jacques Labre 20.
Nothing wrong with his throws, follow through. Just that execution in the end, but it's double 10.
Game shot on the
Again,
first
it's been
leg.
kind to Jacques. It's one of his favoured doubles. And right now he's just doing a professional job on Jack, because he really can put the cat amongst the pigeons for Lisa, and especially Richie Parkin.
Looking like Jack to throw first. Game on. $140.
Now, we do want to hear from you at home here at the MODUS Super Series, or wherever you're tuning in from. You could be tuning in from work. Don't tell the boss. Don't tell the boss. Facebook, Twitter and Instagram,
58.
the place to be. And if you are at work, make sure it's discreet. And we want you to get involved with our Tungsten Teaser. Yes, we're bringing it back, Glenn. After such a successful debut yesterday.
45.
Yes, we had hordes of people who contacted us yesterday. So thanks to them 2 people. It's much appreciated. It's great to see the masses are listening to us and our tungsten teasers. But this is a
60.
great question that Henry's going to set you.
There's only 6 finishes that you can only complete one way. Name all 6 of those finishes at MSS Darts.
30.
The winner gets a night out with Marcus.
100.
And runner gets one with Marco.
It's like that Roy Chubby Brown thing. Marco? Who's Marco?
60.
Yes, the winner of this will get a Tungsten Time t-shirt. And the runner-up
100.
will get 2. Get out my pub.
59.
Jack on 183. And that's the perfect dart for him. He'll just sit that alongside. Could still, I think he's looking at 19s now. Very, very intelligent darts there from Jack. I was quite critical of his board management early on in the week. But that's improved markedly. And this 46 come in.
100. Jacques
Will
Labre,
give them a massive advantage in this group. And it's tops. Don't surprise if he goes just a touch lower than that.
26.
But he does
Jacques
leave
Labre,
what has
67.
arguably been his favourite double of the week. That double 10 has been... So you feel like this is already a must-hit for Jack.
And treble 9 first, so 18 for tops the MO.
27.
And so
Jacques
Labre
Labre,
returns
20.
for the double 10 to break the throw and to double his advantage to 2-0 in this game.
Game shot on the second
And that is
leg.
exactly
Jacques
what he
Labre.
does. And he is halfway towards what would be a crucial victory for himself.
Third leg, Jacques to throw first. Game on.
So on Monday, I had a lot of French dart players upset the way I was saying Jacques Labre. Jacques Labre. I'm hoping that Paul Hinks is going to be getting the same messages from the same people. Is that Yorkshire accent?
$100.
Glenn Brooksbank, if you're listening, send the same message to Mr. Hinks. Ooh la la.
60.
We have had some comments on the MODUS Super Series Twitter page. There's a bit of love for
26.
Richie Parkin. Come on, the thriller. What representation of our area Richie is, obviously from the northeast part of the world. What about Duzzo on tour?
96.
Yeah, it's great to see. He has got good
60.
support wherever Richie goes. You know, his mate Gary Johnson and Ben and Gary, who's messaged there on Twitter, they're all super proud of what he's achieving because they know
105.
he can do it. But Jacques is just getting on with his job here very effectively, 2-0 up and well ahead in this one. Jack Vincent, this
60.
is,
Jacques
I
Labre,
just think of the
100.
effects of that opening game is just shown in this one. Jacques just gobbling this right up. I don't think he'll go tops because there's no need, but he has.
80.
And that leaves his favoured double one more time, Henry.
That would have been moment of the week if he said he's not going for tops and he nailed tops.
Commentator's curse.
60. Jacques Labre 20.
So double 10 for a 3-0 lead.
I know Phil Bars is working on.
Game shot on the
I
third
think that's
leg.
exactly the
Jacques
same
Labre.
spot that he hit last time. It's not often we can say this week that someone's gone into a 3-0 lead. Just quietly and effectively just getting on with his job. And I think Richie
Well,
Parkin
like
and Lisa
Jackson
will be
to
nipping a
reverse,
little
game
bit
on.
now because we did feel this week, for most of this week, and even the bookies did, felt like someone was going to come through the pack. It could be
60.
Jacques. He's got a wonderful CV, a challenge to a win. And let me, for people listening, that's a tough one. Them challenge tours are hard to win. And on the same weekend as well, with Thibaut Tricol also winning a challenge tour.
140.
A wonderful weekend for the French. And then to win the Europe Cup Championship, it's not about money always. He probably won a medal for that. And that'll probably be the biggest tournament he probably ever feels like he's going to
60.
win because you're doing it for your country.
Which begs the question, France in the World Cup.
180.
You will with darts like that.
Yes, that's the equivalent of a football Mbappe. A beautiful 95.95 average here for Jacques.
60.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
Oh my goodness me, he's got treble 7 on the back of
141.
it. The cheek, I love this. I absolutely love this. So he leaves himself tots for a 10 for a 4-0 win. That is absolutely brilliant for Jacques Labre.
Yeah, you used the word cheek there, but I'm seeing more
41.
and more
Jacques
players
Labre 40.
going for that treble 7. And if I had to guess here, he'll go just a touch low here and then plummet this double 10 for a 4-0 victory. Comprehensive,
Game shot on the
efficient,
match.
effective.
Jacques Labre.
Is Jacques Labre, who wins 4-0 against Jacques Vincent. Is the move for him to qualify for this group starts right now. Next up, we have Lee Shewan and Josh Richardson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Yes, you could be here in Portsmouth with us tomorrow night to find out who will be going through to Champions Week. We have one space available, of course, this week. Who will it be going to? Find out with us here. Go to dartshop.tv, get your complimentary ticket free of charge, and come and join us here tomorrow night for finals night, which will begin at 10 o'clock GMT. But get yourself down here, dartshop.tv, get yourself online and get yourself your complimentary tickets. And one player that wants to be there, well, all of them do, but certainly at the moment, is Jacques Labre. He has just come through with a 4-0 victory over Vincent, a 12-darter to end it, with a good average for him as well, 95.4 after losing his first game of the day. He is now back onto 8 points, and if Lisa Ashton does lose her next game to Richie Parkin, he will jump into the second qualification spot. But two players that do want to also join the race for finals night are Shewan and Josh Richardson. If Shewan does win this one, he will go on to 8 points. If Josh wins this one, he will go on to 6 and be closer to the chasing pack. There you can see a victory there for Shewan against Josh Richardson, helped by this 1-5-3. Lovely finish that, of course, there from Lee. It was 4-2 between the pair yesterday to Shewan, who will stay in the race for finals night. It's time to find out.
Thank you, Charlotte. Just speaking to Henry off air, and Henry's said the massive game, this one. And when we talk about permutations, connotations of this group, and once again, if I'm over-egging the pudding on the Richie Parkin, I'm sorry, but he will be thinking if Lee wins this game here and goes to 8 points, and Richie Parkin loses against Lisa, the bunch is all packed back up, and that 4-point gap overnight has been swallowed up before the day's really started.
Because if Josh Richardson wins this game, he puts himself back in the mix and 6. Whereas for Shewan, he'd get himself onto 8 points and he would put himself in a real commanding position in terms of this group. He'd join Jacques Labre and Lisa Ashton there.
And both will be feeling fairly buoyant, especially Josh, who
First leg is leader through first.
was mightily impressive against Richie Parkin, and the Josh Richardson we all expected, whereas Lee did get through, but I think we'll see a much more relaxed Lee, and just by that first dart, you can just see exactly he's feeling better.
85.
I think Henry alluded to that Lee did not really fancy that opening game of the day. If any advice I would have said to him is just get through it. And it wasn't memorable for the quality, but it's still the same 2 points.
They all mean the same.
26.
And a reminder, if you do want to get in contact with us here at the MODUS Super Series, you can do. It's at MSS Darts. And we posed a tungsten teaser for you today. And it is, can you name the 6 checkouts which can only be done one way? Do get in contact. It's at MSS Darts on Twitter. If you want to get in contact with us directly, I'm at H_Deacon Media. And at Dozer180 if you want to get in contact with a three-time Lakeside champ.
140.
Talking about champs at the Lakeside, Josh Richardson won himself, winning the BDO World Youth Championship back in 2016.
43.
And the messages from my French stroke Northallerton friends. It's Black Friday deal for Dozer. Learn to speak French with Yorkshire/Teesside twang. LOL bilingual
80.
coaching also available. So I guess my Jacques Labre is still not to the liking of my friend Mr. Brooksbank, but great to hear from him. Legend.
60.
Keep the messages
Car
coming to me.
140.
I'm happy to answer absolutely anything. There's that dart there. I must talk about this dart because that was synonymous to Josh Richardson yesterday. He was fluently brilliant against Richie Parkin today.
80.
But if there was a major criticism yesterday, the times he went in that low one was concerning. And he will want to eradicate that ASAP.
85. Joshua Car 60.
About 20. Nice straight dart. He does have to move over because of the way his dart sits. He hasn't moved for this double 10. He stayed there. On quick players. And
Car 105.
we'll often do that. But Lee was never in this leg. How many times have I said that this week? Treble 20. And he'll stay with the 18s.
28.
Messi.
Joshua Car 20.
Fancy this. Double 10. To get this game underway. He's grimacing. He's angry. Beating himself up. Don't do it, Josh. You were fluently marvellous against Parkin. And he just tried to bounce off that opening dart 77. There.
Well, that's after a slide to the right and a slide to the left. Richardson will be left crossed. Double 10 for Shewan. Well, that would have been the ultimate dart in irony.
72.
So Richardson returns for that target after the double trouble last time round.
Is it going to be the time warp? It certainly is.
Josh Richardson.
So after his move to the left and his move to the right, he finally gets to the...
And if there was a crowd here, everybody clap your hands.
Second leg, Josh to throw first.
At least it's not ABBA. That's all I can say if you're listening. I can't tell you what I'm feeling right now. It's just pure relief. Because I think a lot of us thought Lee was going to steal that leg. But Lee has not come out the traps this morning. And you can just visually see the frustration there. It's a big game, this one. He scrapped it against Jack Vincent in the last one, Lee. I really fancied him to come out and do a job here. But Josh has... we haven't spoken an awful lot about him. But once again, he's come out and someone always comes through the pack. You could argue he's the form man right now.
And there could also be an argument as to who this is a bigger game for. In terms of the table, you'd say Josh Richardson. But actually, if you look at in terms of performances from game one, Josh Richardson played remarkably well in that 4-2 win against Richie Parkin. Only a few missed doubles in the old leg means the average was only 90, whereas Lee Shewan just laboured his way towards a 4-3 victory against Jack Vincent. And Richardson trying to continue the same vein that he finished the last game in. And on the cusp of a 2-0 lead, Shewan back on 2-9-1. And it's just been a bit of a slow start, which I wasn't expecting from Lee.
Totally agree, Henry.
81.
I didn't expect it from Lee as well. I was quietly confident he was going to come up because I could see how disappointed he was with that last game of last night. That was clearly on his mind, but Shanghai is what it's all about. And right now, this group is all about Josh Richardson. He pings that 120. And there's a great shot of that tops going in.
Third leg lead to throw first. Game on.
And we spoke about this yesterday with Josh. Despite the struggles that he had yesterday, at any moment he can flick the switch. And that is exactly what he's doing here today.
Yeah, and so many people, because, you know, whether rightly or wrongly, have been asking people's opinions about players. Can you tell me a little bit what someone won't know about him? I mean, his dad's been absolutely fantastic as he's building his fireplace and watching in and listening. He gave me some fantastic info. But the information I had on Josh was that when he's good, he's good. But he has got a C- game in him as well. And I think that's what we saw yesterday. But he's coming out the pack today. And just look at that. There's not an awful wrong with that throw. Very upright. Bit of a Ross Smith back foot there if you see it, if you get another shot of that.
And is that again just going to the practice board and try and bridge the gap between the A game, which is absolutely exceptional, and having a B game which is workable?
Talked about winning ugly earlier. I don't think I ever had an A+ game. But I didn't really,
100.
at my
Leo
best, I
car
didn't really have a C game,
134.
if that makes sense. It was just very, very tough to beat, and right at this
91.
moment, so I feel like Lee Shewan is, but I think Lee's got another couple of gears. When it's only the best of 7, Henry, when you're 2-0 down, you don't have an awful lot of time to find that gear.
$57. Leo car
43
43.
for 2-1. 2 12s.
19.
Doesn't go, but he does have the luxury of time with Richardson back on 184.
And the first winner of the day at Minehead is Andrew Gilding.
50.
Andrew
Leo car
Gilding,
24.
not Andrew Gilding, Dan Dawson would have absolutely loved that.
66. He needs this.
21. Joshua car 134.
Now, he had this done against him in his previous match against Richie Parkin. Now, talk about dart déjà vu if Josh Richardson did
58.
it himself in
Leo
his
car
second match.
3.
And so,
How many ways can you go for 3?
I don't know,
Tungsten
Glenn.
time.
No score. Joshua car 76.
Not that way. Well, Richardson should get a dart here. He may. Well, it's 25 and ball. Too good.
In an exhibition, I did a 25 now and hoping the crowd never saw it.
65. Leo car 3.
Just make sure that fat one. Decent mark, he's not moving.
Getting shot on the third leg. Lee Shewan.
That's how I feel about that. Just exhale that. Just, you're still in this game, Lee. We all know you're not at your best. But it's back on throw.
Fourth leg, Josh, you throw
I
first.
apologise,
Game
it's
on.
not on throw. Still another break required. It's still a big advantage to Josh Richardson.
And he would have been kicking himself because he
60.
should have afforded himself a better opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Lee, again, so wrong again, because for Lee, when you snatch a leg like that,
52.
all of a sudden you're thinking, come on, just let these fly, just let these go. What's going on today? But this is not the Lee Shewan who's such fantastic play for Lancashire County. Lancashire County winning the County Men's A last year and the overall team.
42.
He was very, very proud of that. I did enjoy my time in county darts.
134. 139.
Isn't it interesting, Henry, when one player starts playing well, the other will follow.
93.
Saw it last night, didn't we, in Group B, where Matt Dennett just set the pace and the rest, by and large, followed with it, didn't he?
Let's hope I say this without being too
80.
disrespectful. But we were saying the quality of last night compared to the group on the morning was night and day. Yet we felt that come Saturday night,
85.
someone from this group today could arguably, will possibly and probably go on and win it. That's why it's just important. Just get through your group. You don't have to break down walls to it. You don't need to peak too early. For all these players, get through your group, get there on Saturday night.
45. Leo car 157.
Play your best darts then. Treble 16 there,
93.
mainly
Joshua
because
car 135.
the treble 20 bed was covered, but does leave a 3-dart outshot rather than a 2-dart. 135 is only way to go there was the bull, but lose 120. So if he's just staying on the 20 bed.
55. Leo car 64.
You could argue if he'd have hit a big 20, would have left a 2-darter, where this time he's only going to get 1 dart at double 16.
48. Joshua car 80.
That looked a great mark, and that wry smile tells you exactly how Lee Shewan is finished. And if Josh has aspirations of getting through this group today, these are the type of finishers. Wow. I think that's tops.
40.
Well,
Leah
when it's
car
come to this point in the
16.
leg, he's making a bit of a mess of it at the minute, is Josh. And you can see from the facial expression exactly how he feels. And he's going to feel 10 times worse because Lee Shewan brings it back to 2-2. Josh Richardson could actually be off the stage right now, a 4-0 victor. But as we have it, he is embroiled in a game which goes back on throw at 2 apiece. And it is Shewan who has the darts in the 5th.
We talk about winning ugly. That first game with Lee Shewan, but this one. If he comes out with 2 out of 2 today, Lee, maybe it's just written in the stars for him.
100. 40.
You feel you've got the best seat in the house here in this commentary box.
100.
To see darts like that.
And we get the luxury of the professionalism of our production team in my ears. And Paul Starr singing.
80.
Robin Hood.
100.
Nice solid leg this from Josh against the throw, but back comes Shewan here.
125. Josh car 121.
I thought that was a shoe-in for a 180 there.
Double 18. Interesting, he went that way as well with Shewan on a finish on 156. There's only one way you can go here.
Ooh.
And one of them would have left double 18.
80.
Another Robin Hood.
Joshua require 18.
2 in 1 leg. So 18's interesting. This is all about how you feel. I'm going to even say, if he's not feeling great right now, he'll go straight for it. If there's still confidence there, he'll split the 10-4-4.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
So what that's
Josh
telling me
Richardson.
right now is Josh is still totally in control with his emotions and actually feeling, after that Richie Parkin game, still feeling very good about his game right now. He's been the better player in this match.
6 leg Josh.
And rightly so, in my opinion, is leading 3-2.
The balance of play dictates that Josh has been the better player, but Lee Shewan, when given the opportunities, mainly
57.
based on those moments in and around the 80 region where Josh has missed some big numbers, he's taken advantage of it, and sometimes that's all you've got to do.
95.
And look, Lee will be the first to be honest about the way things have gone this morning. We know how good he is. Excellent player, and I personally rate him really highly.
100.
I rate that very highly. But then again, he's another one of those players, a bit like Josh, so enigmatic that he can just flip the switch at any one
80.
moment.
Isn't it great to having a wonderful MC for a change? That magic 180 from Paul Hinks compared to that dreadful Marco Maya earlier in the week.
$41. Joshua Carr 142.
Treble 17, I think, is where Josh is going to go here. No, decides to go upstairs.
64.
I tell you what, trying to read these dart players these days is getting tougher. It's not making our spotters' responsibility much any easier. Big favourite, Josh.
119. Joshua Carr
But it's been around this region where he's had a few difficulties, but he's got 6 from here, and so decides to go the bullseye route first. So that leaves him 53, so it gives him the chance on double 18 to see the match through.
Well, that's a new one for me, that one. But obviously double 14 would have been the ideal outcome, but just Lee's super frustrated
44.
now.
Joshua
Hasn't
Carr
put any
56.
pressure on this 36. I fully expect this to go in. Josh Richardson played 2. I think he has to go. Well, he will have to go because Lee sat on a finish.
27. Leo
Just
Carr
all a little scruffy right
122.
now. So 1-2-2. Oh, but you have to hit the big 18 is the worst case. Treble 16 will be his shot now.
74.
Put some
Joshua
pressure,
Carr
but the
9.
main pressure on this 9 is this opening dart. All of a sudden, that big 1 or the big 5 will really squeeze in. But that's a great start, and double four's been
Game
kind
shot
to
on the
him.
match,
And
Josh
it's been kind to
Richardson.
Josh Richardson. Not a game either will remember, but more importantly, Josh Richardson played 2, won 2. His charge is on.
Hello there, welcome back then to the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And Glenn Durrant has raced his way up from the commentary box to join us here on the balcony. It's been an interesting morning, Glenn. You can really feel the nerves as we get down to the business end of Group C.
It's just been a little bit scruffy, hasn't it? It's the quality, you know, apart from the game where we were looking at the records for 180s in one game with Josh and Richie, it's just been just a little bit nervy, and I think a lot of them are thinking what the prize is on Saturday night. And you know, right now, who's to go against Lisa or Jacques, or can Josh come through the pack as well now? But Shewan is probably the one who's a little bit will be disappointed after such a scruffy first win. He was quite disappointed there as well, so it's very much all to play for.
Well, 2 out of 2 wins now for Josh Richardson. He's moved on to 6 points. And do you think that maybe he could be coming through the pack? Is it too little too late potentially or not?
Potentially, but he needs 5 out of 5. I don't think 10 points will be enough, the way it's bunching up there. So if Josh has aspirations and any chance, he needs the 5 out of 5.
Well, the top 2, as you can see there, just there, are Richie Parkin and Lisa Ashton, and that is our 6th game. And my goodness me, what a game this is. Richie probably needs this win to make sure that he has that buffer over the rest of the field, and Lisa needs to win to stay in the qualification spots.
Yeah, well, I think with Richie, all we saw was the positives yesterday. Let's see what he's like under a bit of pressure now, when the last person you want to be playing is Lisa Ashton after your first defeat there. So let's see what he's made of.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what he's made of. I'm going to let Glenn go and rejoin Henry Deacon in comms for a massive game here in Group C.
Thank you very much, Jarlef. Yes, this has huge ramifications in Group C. A win for Richie Parkin, then he is in some position to get himself into finals night in his debut appearance here at the Super Series. If Lisa Ashton can win, then we go level on points. There's all sorts of ramifications here. It's the final game of round 7 in this group. Now, I just wonder what the rest of the field will be thinking about this game. A win for Richie Parkin put him on to 12 points. It probably puts him in a position where he's not unassailable, but he'd be close to being that. And then maybe the rest will just want to jostle over one spot left at
First leg is Lisa to throw first.
finals night. Well, it is Ashton
Game
who has
on.
the advantage of darts in this one. And gets off
100.
to a solid enough start. Ton with a first visit, and I just wonder what the rest of the field gonna make of this. Will they want a Richie Parkin win and just try and jostle for one spot?
68.
I don't think so, and especially looking at the way Richie has just opened up there with a big 5 and a treble 1. All of a sudden now the game's just a little bit tougher. The game was easy yesterday for Richie. And I'm actually quite glad in one sense, because I want to see what he's made of. The game's, like I said, the game is easy when it's flowing and you're winning 4 out of 4 and anything's a bonus. Right now he'll be feeling that pack chasing down on him. And I want to see the Richie Parkin we seen yesterday.
59.
What you don't want to see after a defeat is someone with 4 stars on the back. And Lisa Ashton right now, she looks like the form horse.
115. $83.
So Ashton first to a finish, and after 12, leaving 119. Parkin will look downstairs first.
Yeah, I think the 19 is quite pivotal for both players here.
99. Lisa Carr 119.
Job done for Richie in one sense. Puts a tiny bit of pressure on Lisa. Who will start in the 19s as well. It's not the end of the world. We should be looking at treble 18.
83.
Which sets it up
Richie
nicely. Now, Richie Parkin had some
160.
phenomenal finish yesterday. And he had an unbelievable 1-3-4 earlier. But not this time.
78. Lisa Carr 36.
Well, Lisa with the darts. Just want to continue messing around with doubles again.
18.
And that pretty much
Richie
sums up
Carr,
her
82.
week. Scoring for fun. Doubles been poor. Now, Richie has not been in this leg. Oh, no.
42.
I can hear
Richie
Rod
Carr,
Harrington
18.
in my mind. Do not miss the big number.
Can't see Lisa miss 2 good markers, Lisa.
No score. Richie
Oh,
Carr
dear me.
40.
And this is an opportunity perhaps Parkin didn't expect himself to get, but that's a nice first dart. Can he find a way in with the third? Just shuffles across,
5.
but he cannot
Lisa
find the
Carr,
route.
18. Game shot on the first
I'm gonna
leg.
try and
Lisa
put you
Ashton.
in the minds of both players here. Lisa been here for the 5th day, where she'd be absolutely delighted with her scoring power. But there's something just not
Second
at
leg,
her
Richie to
brilliant
throw
best with the
first. Game on.
finishing. With Richie there, he's thinking, I didn't expect a chance there, and when I got it, I didn't take it. And he's got to get rid of
100.
all the negativities in his mind right now, and he's just got to focus on the job. He'd be learning more today than he did yesterday.
60.
And of course, the MODUS Super Series are proud partners of the World Seniors Darts Tour, and
140.
we have a Black Friday sale at the World Seniors. This Black Friday weekend, 25% of tickets for the World Seniors Championships
134.
and the Champion of Champions at Seniors Darts, and then dartshop.tv for your tickets for the Worlds. And then it is the Viva Blackpool website for
140.
the tickets for the Champion of Champions.
You can find all details on the social media pages
92.
linked to the World Series
Richie
of
Carr,
Darts,
121.
World Seniors of Darts. My hero, Phil Taylor, headlining.
81.
And he get that title, I know that he wants.
$60. Richie Carr 40.
A much better leg here from Richie Parkin. Is his finishing going to be exactly the same? It's a good marker for him.
Game shot on
That
the
is the
second
Richie
leg.
Parkin from
Parkin.
yesterday. And that just shows some spirit, some fight. And exactly what he needed.
Third leg, Lisa to throw
But to win this
first.
match,
Game
she's going to
on.
have to break, Lisa. Is that moment going to be now?
85.
Huge last start there for Lisa.
We talked a little bit last night about the way Jamie Kellen brings his darts back and the way the dart sits in the board,
100.
a la Richie Parkin. So if, like me, you're a real geek on people's throws now, just have a look at the way the angle
96.
of the dart as Richie pulls the dart back now. You can just see how it goes right under his chin. So it's not like flat line going in. It's going to go on a real
39.
angle. And with the height of them points that he's using now, it's the balance he's been looking for in his dart for a long, long time. Whereas Lisa, a lot of it there's on just
140.
forward momentum there of that throw. And it's a throw that hasn't changed an awful lot over the years.
I think we should do, maybe next time you're down here, Glenn, is maybe
80.
do a piece where we get one of the players up on the hockey and we analyse with them the intricacies of their throw. That might be a nice little thing to do.
Well, I charge £100 an hour, so... you want
100.
if you want to proceed. Absolutely, I'd love that.
96. Lisa require 80.
Now, even though she struggled, she's absolutely popped these 80 finishes this week and double five.
70.
But so many times Lisa's gone double top this week for varying finishing. But I think that's still where the frustration at times. If I had a penny for every time I've walked through the players
96. Lisa
lounge and she
10.
shouted, Glenn, when am I going to hit a double this week? Well, Lisa, that double needs to be now, because that's a great marker. Shewan.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well
Lisa
deserved.
Ashton.
And Festu Darst just begging. That's when we talk about the throw being the same. Just aim for the previous two darts you've thrown. That was just begging for that double
Ball flight
five.
Richie to throw first. Game on. $100.
Classy darts, Richie Parkin. You're not panicking right now.
They'll be sweating at the back of the stage, seeing that.
180.
Excellent start for Lisa Ashton, putting the Parkin throw under all heaps of pressure.
40.
And just here, every single time, she just makes sure she is ready and she sets herself. Every time she approaches the hockey,
100.
I don't know if we'll be able to see the overhead shot again next time she approaches the hockey after Richie throws these three darts. Just watch her approach to the hockey. It never changes.
125.
Have a look. Just back, waits for Richie to retrieve, and then just moves her way forward.
We talked a lot this week, obviously, where Lisa plays off 8 foot.
140.
We had a real close-up how she just kicks the hockey and then just sort of brings the foot just back a little bit. This is the good dart from Richie Parkin.
180. Lisa Carr, 81.
Big moment. Big moment. This 81 all of a sudden becomes really difficult, especially after that dart. So it's going to be treble 14 or treble 18. Advantage Parkin.
41.
That
Richie
180.
56.
When you hear that dulcet tone of Paul Hinks, it makes you think, these are the chances you need, Richie boy. Good marker.
16. Lisa Carr, 40.
That would have gone in yesterday, Henry. When your luck is in, all of a sudden when you're beginning to, it's not going against you, you start hitting them wires. But double five.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lisa Ashton.
And anyone who's been following us this week knows that double five has just been like an absolute bucket for the dart players this week. Barely any dart players missed it. It's
This
3-1
leg,
Lisa
to throw
Ashton.
first. Game on.
And anyone this morning who thought Richie Parkin was going to run away with this, he's got some real hard work now.
140.
Mind you, the bookmakers had him at 1-3 to go on and claim Group C supremacy. But it's not been his plain sailing on
96.
Friday, as it was perfect on Thursday.
And just remember that game he played on Thursday, that opening game with Jack Vincent when he was 3-3. And somehow,
60.
like Lee Shewan did in the day, he got through it and then he just relaxed and kicked on from there. It could have been a totally different story.
85. 100.
I feel like Lisa's been the better player throughout this game, but I'm just surprised to see the averages there. And Richie's still got the higher average by
140.
5 or 6 points.
And I think it's because of this statistic here.
And that just sums up Lisa's week, that. If Henry does get the opportunity to speak to her, if she qualifies for finals night, I bet her response will be, if I'm going to win it, I'm going to have to tighten up on my doubles.
100. Lisa Class 76.
So both are on this combination finishing that I've talked so much about. The good and the great.
Game.
And
shot
Lisa
and
Ashton
match.
is a great.
Lisa Ashton.
A mammoth 4-1 win over Richie Parkin, who's got his own problems now. He needs to sort it out very, very quickly, because next up we've got Josh Richardson and Jacques Labre, and they are both after Richie Parkin.
Well, the four-time world champion Lisa Ashton is making her move in Group C, isn't she, here at the MODUS Super Series. She beat Jacques Labre in Game 1 for her this morning, and now she's beaten Richie Parkin in Game 2. The top three have played each other, and Lisa Ashton has got 2 of those wins. There you can see the stats there for her. The averages are slightly down because of her checkouts. As she said already throughout this week, she needs to focus on them, but what she has focused on is getting W's, and that is what she has done. She is now into a 4-1 win there, as you can see, against Richie Parkin, and now she is moving up that table, which we will show you in a couple of seconds' time. And you can see that is what it has done to the table. She is now top of the tree on leg difference at 10 points. Richie Parkin, who was the overnight leader, has gone 0 for 2 this morning, and an opportunity now then for everybody else to try and get into qualification position, which makes this next match massive. Jacques Labre against Josh Richardson. Jacques got the better of Josh yesterday, 4-0, and now realistically he's got to win in order to keep in this qualification race. If he does win, he'd actually overtake Richie Parkin own leg difference, and it would be Lisa and Jacques, the two of the three players that made it out of Group A, would be in the qualification spot. For Josh Richardson, he has been outstanding this morning to get 2 wins, and he's gone on to 6 points. If he wins today and he wins this next game, then he'll move on to 8 points. He will join Jacques and might give a little bit of breathing room to both Lisa Ashton and Richie Parkin. As you can see there, Jacques taking out the 74 to get the job done yesterday. So another pivotal game. It really does feel that this group is going to go down to the last couple of games. Henry, Glenn, hope you've got the abacuses ready. We might need them.
Yeah, great analysis, Jarlath. Exactly my thoughts as well. A statistic I didn't think I'd be saying at 11:30 this morning. If Jacques wins this game, Richie Parkin goes down to 3 and out of the contention for them top 2 spots. I did not expect to be saying that. So, big game. Both Henry and I chatting. Feels it's also a massive game for Josh. Sat on 6 points there. I think we all agree. If he's going to qualify, he needs 5 out of 5 today. Tough task, but 2 out of 2 so far. But may the best man win.
In some senses, in the race for second place, potentially in this group, this is the biggest game of the day, because Josh Richardson has markedly improved from day one, to day 2. And now he's getting the points on the board. Jacques Labre can shut him off. On game A, will put him 4 points behind with 4 points left to play for. However, Josh Richardson wins this. He goes on to 8 alongside Labre, and the way he's playing, you see him getting more points. So this could be a game that changes a lot of people's destinies in this group.
Yeah, what's interesting is if you talk Richie Parkin, Lisa Ashton and Josh Richardson, it's the ups and the downs that they're having. Whereas the guy in your picture right now is just quietly but effectively just getting on with his game. And all of a sudden, which, to be fair, both Henry and I did alluded to this week that he's the guy that could come through the pack, and he's just getting on with his job. And I'm telling you, if he wins this game here, he's in a fantastic position then to qualify for this.
When it comes to Saturday night,
100.
A man who's won things and won things recently is a very dangerous proposition, and that is exactly what Jacques Labre would be. But he's got to get through his group first, of course, and he's got to get past
81.
Josh Richardson in this particular Tuckton duel.
$140.
A solid start to this for Jacques, leaving 161 after 9 against the darts.
Yeah, talk about Jacques on being quiet but effective, but currently I know it's very, very early stages.
Jacques Labre,
ton 40 is a top-notch standard. He'll stay there. And with 81 now, try the treble 19.
137. Joshua
very effective in that area. Leaves 24. This makes this 99 even more difficult. But 42's got a big target of the 6 of the 10 there for double 16 for a clinical finish.
67. Jacques Labre,
there the moments, Henry.
There was actually that single 1 in the previous visit for Josh that actually meant he had to go for the 99. Not that it matters, because Jacques Labre gets the break of throw in the open, a double 12, sealing a 13 dart break. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, Jacques to throw first.
And he sets a statement out to his opponent straight from the off.
60.
Just having a look at the meetings between the pair this week in Group A and Group B respectively.
44.
That's been where they've met over the last couple of... Sorry, they met yesterday, didn't they, in Group
100.
B? I'm losing the plot here, Glenn. It's Friday morning. It's been a long couple of days. In yesterday's meeting between the pair, between Jacques and Josh, it was Jacques who got the 4-0 win. Wasn't a classic encounter, but there could be 2 points that may be pivotal by the end of the group.
And I wonder if Josh is thinking of that 4-0. As Jarlath alluded to,
45.
that big win for Jacques yesterday. Did just looks a different animal today, Josh. I think the frustration will be why he was so poor yesterday.
43.
Jack just does his own thing. Reminds me quite similar to Andreas Harrison. Sometimes we don't talk an awful lot about these players, but all of a sudden he's sat in
100.
second place and looking confident for qualify for the finals on Saturday. I'd like to see him qualify.
And you sense they're the sort of players that like going under the
59.
radar as well.
A 180 here would be nice. We'll take the 140.
140.
Averaging 101.36 at the minute. It is going to go down when he goes for the double.
100.
But an excellent performance so far. So 56 then to back the break up with a hold and to open up a 2-0 lead. Tops it is for the Frenchman.
And he's been so good on this double 10.
Game shot on the
Continues the
second leg.
trend.
Jacques Labre.
And it's the French waiver. Fist pump, I think, at the end there. And he's just relaxing those muscles. Like I said, he's been playing for 5 days now. It is
They're
tough
like
on the
Josh
body,
to
no matter what
first.
people
Game on.
say. Might be just throwing 24 grams of tungsten. But just take a weight off your body there. But
68.
a 2-0 up. And he's sort of seeing the distress there from Josh. You've got to feel he's in total control of this game.
86.
And of course, we're back tonight from 10 p.m. this evening for Group B action, where we will see Matt Dennett at the top of the group try and help his way through to Saturday night. 3 from
62.
5 will go through from there. It's 2 from 6 in this particular group.
Who wins the puns contest when you're sat with Matt Edgar then?
100.
He's the king of cheese, isn't he? I'm sure he'll love all them jokes.
Matt Edgar probably needs to learn quality over quantity.
Well, it's Coca-Cola. He's talking about on
41.
Twitter to me. Are going in the bin in a second. A 271 is a good idea, maybe to go on the 19s here. And what I mean by that, if he hits a single 19 here, he'll just stay there now. But if he did a single 19 there,
133.
would have brought the bull into contention to leave the big fish 170. So good thinking there from Josh.
Very much a thing that the Dutch have
95.
brought in the game.
I think
Joshua
with the
Carr,
Dutch, for me, it
138.
goes back to the 90s, you know, early millennium as well, where it was just totally different when we've seen it so much this week with the use of treble 17s and I've probably never really seen so much previously. So treble 16 here.
90.
219. All Jacques can do is put some pressure on this 48 because you don't feel like Josh is going to miss at this moment.
92. Joshua Carr, 48.
Outside chance for Jacques. Not the best of darts, but still does mean he's in there. Double 4.
40.
Like I said,
Jacques Carr, 127.
and it double 4. It's just the stress is shown there. So 67. This would hurt. This bullseye.
102. Joshua Carr, 8.
For some reason, I fancied that.
Well,
shot
Richardson
on the
fancied
third
that for
leg.
sure,
Josh
and it brings it back to 2-1. Well, they're still going to have to find a break at some point. And that maximum, by the way, Josh Richardson got earlier in the game is our 150th of the week.
Jacques to throw first.
Which
Game
means
on.
in this series, we've had 1,038 in 5 weeks worth of play, by and large.
It's great the way you do this research during the
60.
games. Professionals at its best. Oh, hang on, it's on your computer there.
The joys of Google and other search engines.
60.
Anyway, back to the darts. And I've said many times, Jack, we don't talk an awful lot about him, but if this 180 goes in,
180.
it takes his average well over the 90 mark. 2-1 lead, control of this leg. He's just doing his job, isn't he? He shakes his head there because why is the game so easy?
60.
And then why is the game so difficult? I
41.
didn't like that last dart, but like I said, I'm not going to be hypercritical. It was a good opportunity to bring the treble 19 or even treble 17 into play there.
40.
And the only issue for Josh today, he's played really well, but it's just been the odd slip into the one here and there, unopportune times.
I didn't think I'd be using this word for Josh today, but he's just become to be a little inconsistent again. And that's something that I sort of wrote down next to his name yesterday.
140.
Whereas Jack's just relentless. He's on a flat line and nothing sort of deviates. And with Josh and with Lisa,
60.
it's the ups and the
Jack
downs. And
80.
who's going to get to that winning line? It's going to go all the way down to the final game, that's for sure.
Tops for 3-1.
60.
He has got the luxury of time, however. Richardson back on 2-8-1, so this for a 3-1 lead, and it would put him on to 10 points. It would create a three-way tie at the top, and it would be Ashton from Labre and then Parkin, who topped the group overnight with a perfect record, has lost his 2 games today. And that is excellent from Labre. That is in. And it is 3-1. And the Frenchman is one away from making it 10 points.
Yes, some doubles we love, some doubles we hate.
It's like Josh to throw first. Game on.
Double 10 right at the moment for Jacques. It's just open and wide every time he goes for it. He just can't seem to miss it. And it's been his go-to double today. And Richie Parkin in the back
45.
and Lisa Ashton in the back. I'll be thinking it's 2 out of 3 of us to go through.
$140.
He's just showing signs of sort of distress. I've sort of spoken an awful lot about how magnificent that throw
100.
is right there. My only concern I would say to Josh right now is his board management hasn't been great. He's sort of dipping low on that treble 20 a lot, but they're not using
57.
the board like Jacques is doing there. Let's see if that trend continues here. That's an ideal dart for him. So the past sort of
60.
games I've seen him today, he was bringing the treble 19, treble 17 into play. But he's persevered, just sticking around that treble 20 area. Something for you to just keep an eye on.
85.
Which is interesting because his dad, James, is one of the most creative players on the board. Mind you, why do you need to switch if you keep hitting
100.
trebles?
Yeah, and the way that first one went in, it was, the time and everything was just... And some players, when the first one go in, you just know that the other 2 are going to go.
125.
Whereas with Jacques through, everything seems to be sort of hard work, but he gets there. He's on a 2-dart combination finish for the match, and on that sort of benchmark that you're looking for at 10 points, and he seems to be the one who's
60.
running and sprinting to the line. The treble 18 here, being the dart. So 76 with him on 136. He's just playing sort of the percentage row, so big 16.
54.
And he'll be hoping
Joshua
now that he doesn't see a worldie
136.
from Josh. If it's a 136, and dare I say this is to remain in the competition? Because on 6 points with only 2 games to go for him after this.
60. Jacques Labre 40.
His hopes teeter on the edge as Labre stares down tops for a 4-1 victory. 2 10s. It's his favourite double on the board. And it is his favourite double on the board again. And Jacques Labre moves on to 10 points in Group C. He moves up to 2nd place in the table, deposing of Richie Parkin back down to 3rd place in the group, courtesy of that 4-1 with an 88.5 average. It is turning out now to be some race towards the finishing line in Group C. Will we see another twist and turn as we see the table-topping Lisa Ashton in action? She takes on Jacques Vincent after this short break.
Well, has that now just turned the group and made it into a three-way tie for the chance to make finals night? We don't know, but what we do know is that it was a 4-1 victory there for Jacques Labre after losing his opening game of the day. It is back-to-back W's for the Frenchman, and then he moves on to 10 points. And as we said, he knocks out Richie Parkin out of the qualification spots. As things stand, it does eliminate Jacques Vincent, though, from contention for getting to finals night, but still a huge game coming up, though. The next, it feels like it's going to be a bit of a top three battle, doesn't it, between Lisa Ashton, Jacques Labre and Richie Parkin. And we do see the Lancashire Rose back in action next as she takes on Jacques Vincent. This 1-5-4 on day one helped her to get the victory, and then yesterday coming through 4-3 with this 76 outshot to beat Jack as well to get those crucial 2 points. Interestingly, of course, they've also been here since Monday, and they have actually seen, the games have seen that Lisa Ashton has actually won all 4 games against Jack throughout this week. 4-0 for the first 2, then 4-3 for the second. I think she traded them all now for this victory. So will the Lancashire Rose continue her charge and remain top of the tree, or will Jacques Vincent blow this wide open? It's time to find out.
Thank you, Charlotte. Exactly right. Lisa has had the better of Jack. I do go back to, just to give some hope to the rest of the players there, that Jacques Vincent was playing Mike Warburton this week. Mike was pretty much going to seal victory because it was top against bottom, and Jack was tremendous with a 1-2-2 finish against Mike to beat him. So as much as I'm very confident that Lisa will win this game, she will feel, I wouldn't just write off Jack, you said, because he does feel a bit of a spoiler. And he does like that top against bottom and coming out victors.
As you mentioned, he's just got that opportunity to free roll, just enjoy your experience. And the other thing to sort of think about as well is
First leg is
try and play well enough in these final games to make sure that when the next series comes round, the selectors can't not pick you.
Yeah, might be back to the drawing board at the ADC as well. And is it the southeast he plays from?
96.
Like you say, such a likeable lad. He'll take the positives away and he'll work on the negatives. And he's young enough. He'll be back, that's for sure.
59. $45. 60.
Slow but steady start from both. Jack starts, who really want to get the first leg under his belt. But his biggest problem this
43.
week is when he's put himself in winning positions and just not seeing through that.
41.
But I think it's 1 win in 14, if I've got my maths right. For Jack, so you've got to make Lisa a heavy, heavy favourite in this game.
But the good thing about sport is it's not competed on paper. We have to play out the matches, and sometimes you just see an anomaly from what you see on paper. Sometimes the player at the bottom of the group can just have an inflated performance, and the player at the top can maybe go counterintuitively.
Which we saw with the Warburton-Vincent game this week.
100.
Maybe he's taken the positives from that game and maybe just enjoying the role of being the big underdog. Lisa's too experienced to get involved in anything like this. 77, be treble 19. And even a single 19 is not the end of the world. So a big fat 18. And tops.
Game shot on the first
much
leg.
better
Jack
because
Vincent.
my eye line was looking low there because he's normally dropped low on them combination finishing. So to just ping one in the corner, as we alluded to very in the game there, don't write Jack off in this game, though it's top versus bottom. Anything can happen in this group the way it's going at the moment.
58.
Reminder that coming up after this, we're going to see Richie Parkin up against Lee Shewan in this group, and Shewan can then move on to 8 points and then would open up a huge opportunity for Ashton and Labre, especially if Ashton can get a win here to assert his authority in the group. And then Parkin's next game after that is against Jacques Labre, but that has the feel even now of an absolutely pivotal one.
Yeah, I think if Richie, without looking too far ahead with this game, if Richie does beat Lee Shewan, it's 2 from 3 then for Shewan. For Shewing.
95.
So if you're wondering why on 303 she's going downstairs there, a couple of treble 19s and a single 19 would have left a finish.
46.
Ashton 208 after 9. A nice cushion in this leg. Tunley is on 108 after 12.
I'm hoping our loyal supporters and friends of the players are tuning in and have one eye on at Minehead. Andrew Gilden, Rob Cross, Callan Ridds, Joe Cullen off to Flyers.
Well, that's still on. She was going Shanghai on 18s, but the single one meant she had the second chance of triple 19 bull, but not actually would have had to have gone for it anyway. Vincent all the way back on 233. So 68 upon our return. Vincent can only apply pressure, which he doesn't do on this occasion. So 68, 16 for the double.
36.
To level us up.
Time is on her side, but you can see the frustration from her there. And it was more the setup rather than the finish. The last 6 darts have been 40 and 36, which is not acceptable. But luckily, Jack was all the way back on 173. And I don't anticipate Lisa missing this double 16.
Game shot on the second leg, Lisa Ashton.
And there she goes. If she can just complement this massive scoring of Lisa with a finishing, she could be very, very dangerous on Saturday night. Wouldn't it be wonderful to see her in the Champion of Champions week?
Be great to have a female player in that field. And they'll join
99.
Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx, Justin Smith and Colin Osborne there at the beginning of February 2023. And we're already looking forward to that
140.
occasion immensely. And you can join us for those big evenings here at the Super Series by heading over to dartshop.tv to claim your complimentary ticket to
60.
every single Saturday night session in this phase. And whilst you're there, you can also be a part of the Tungsten Black Friday sale, courtesy of the World Seniors, where today and
121.
today only, 25% of tickets for the World Seniors Championships. You've got Taylor, you've got the likes of legends like Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, they're going to be there. Why don't you spend
100.
your February nights at the Circus Tavern, courtesy of the World Seniors, and plenty of other events as well available, courtesy of Modus Sports.
60.
Chance for Jack. He's gone a little bit quiet for a leg and a half. And there's that dart I don't really keen, but he does play the board well.
42.
It's just the execution. Advantage Ashton now, especially if she folds with another one.
100.
She'll be happy with that. And Jack's just beginning to show signs of disappointment. He's got to get them shoulders back, head up, and that's the perfect dart for him. You can do
120.
That was in, that was
Lisa
180.
80.
He knows he can do it. So who's the best of the finishing? This week it's been Lisa's weakness.
60.
And that trend
Jack
continues.
80.
And it presents Vincent with the opportunity, and he's really unlucky that he's not getting free goes here at double 10 because of the bounce out on the 60 with his last dart in hand. And so he's going to get one at
60.
tops,
Lisa
which just like
20.
Ashton's attempt drags below. And so the Lancashire Rose returns 4 tens
Lisa on
for the
third
break
leg. Lisa
for
Ashton.
2-1.
Penny for your thoughts, Richie Parkin. I don't think in a million years I could read Jack very
Fourth
well.
leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
It's beginning to look like 2 from 3. Lee Shewan, if he's got any
140.
hope and expectation.
$95.
I just wonder whether in this group, Glenn, we're going to see some real late drama, maybe going into the stoppage time of
60.
There's been some amazing late goals this week at the World Cup, hasn't there? It's another England day today, hence the reason why everyone at Minehead are starting so early this morning.
Best not
78.
tell Abby about the Wales result, shall we?
Another late goal in that game.
57.
And the first result I've got right on my World Cup selector. I walked in this morning saying, I can't believe I've got Iran to win and England 0-0. I'm a
100.
genius.
Go on then, Glenn. If you're a genius, predict where these next 3 darts are going to go.
I think single 20, treble 18, treble 18.
128.
Go on, try again. Try again.
Hang on, will I get single 20, single 20,
58.
big 18.
Lisa car 116.
I was going to say I'm a medium, but every time they put that video of me here, and I'm so close to it.
84. Jack
So missing the big number there. Will she be punished by Vincent, who is back on the big fish? Not this side. So Ashton returns for double 16 for a 3-1 lead.
140. Lisa car 32.
All Jack can do is put pressure on it. I don't know about you, but I just
Game
fancy
shown the fourth
Lisa
leg.
doing
Lisa
anything at the
Ashton.
moment. She's going through the zone. She's going through the gears. She's putting a bit of daylight ahead at the top of the league as well. Are we going to see Lisa Ashton here on Saturday night?
This leg Jack to throw first. Game on.
It's looking that way.
So
60.
Ashton going 2 up.
$60.
We'll be hoping for no late drama in this particular match.
$57.
You've heard my thoughts, Henry, from your point of view.
57.
Positives, negatives for Jack Vincent as he probably heads home very soon.
I think the biggest thing he's got to do is maybe piece all the pieces of the
85.
jigsaw together, because there's a lot of stuff there to like. And maybe just in the big moments in games. And we've spoken about the losing run, but how many of them have been by close margins? If he can just maybe work around those big moments, then there's a player there, because the components are there. It's just when pushes come to shove, sometimes he hasn't always been able to get over the line.
And if you're watching Jack as part of your analysis, if you want to do the little Richard advice, then
92.
see that winning line and sprint through it. Ah, you're watching little Richard.
135. Lisa Carr, 152.
Talking about running towards the finishing line, this would be some way to do so. 152 won't go, so Vincent returns for
82.
77 to
Jacques Labre, 77.
bring it back to 3-2.
We've seen this attempted already, so it's treble 19, big fat 18. And he hit this last time, right in the corner.
37.
This time was a
Lisa
bit of a
Carr,
flyer.
70.
And just as Henry alluded to there, when he gets these moments, and it stops for the match, double 15.
40.
The woes continue with them doubles.
40.
Be wary if she starts hitting them, everyone. Be afraid. Very afraid.
Vincent returns for then double 10 now, up for double 5. Huge darting coming, and he's up to the task.
Jack Vincent.
And in 2 times 10 plus 1, this leg is Romeo done. It's back to 3-2. Lisa Ashton has had the opportunities to get
Looks like Lisa
this
to throw first. Game on.
game finished, to get over the line. But at least the insurance policy she had in the last leg is she's got the chance now with the throw to get the job done in this.
$45. 60.
You just feel a big score from Lisa right now. We've talked about the scoring
96.
prowess this week. And as this leg goes just a little stale, you just feel one big score. And that treble 19 is ideal.
98.
She'll take that. She'll be back for good.
And this victory would
60.
put her outright top for now, although Parkin returns next up against Lee Shewan.
100.
She looks well on her way now, Glenn.
$60.
Yeah, Jack looks a pretty forlorn figure right now, doesn't he? Whereas Lisa just does what Lisa does. She's not at a brilliant best.
45.
Do you know, I say not at a brilliant best, but still averaging, you know, for people who do single averages, she's still averaging 27.5. You know, when you look at the county game of ladies' games, you know, the benchmark used to be, you know, certainly when
50.
get over
Lisa
20, then it was raised the bar to
140.
25s. I mean, I did see Laura Turner with a 30 plus and Peter winning every week with 27 plus. But even if you think
100.
Lisa's not playing great here, you know, she's still averaging well over 27. So frustratingly for Jack, he wants the 119. He saves his best 3 darts for potentially and probably his last. It's Lisa Ashton who comes to the hockey to go an outright league
Lisa Ashton.
in the table. It's Lisa Ashton 4-2 over Jack Vincent. Richie Parkin, who was the big leader overnight, is up next against Lee Shewan, just as Lisa puts some daylight between the rest of the players. Game on.
Well, we said that Lisa Ashton was on the charge after her last match, and then after this one, she is most definitely on the charge. She wins 4-2 against Jack Vincent, and you can see the stats there again. The checkouts again for Lisa just haven't been going quite what she would have wanted to this week, but it doesn't matter what. The only result that matters, the only scoreline that matters, is those two numbers at the top, and it is 4-2 that the Lancashire Rose comes through. And now she has kept qualification in her own hands. And again, we've had this sort of tantalising three-way tie at the top. Lisa Ashton has now gone back to the top and remained at the top now. She is on a +9 leg difference with 12 points. But Jacques Labre and Richie Parkin are trying their best to get themselves level with Lisa. And Richie Parkin as well now takes on Lee Shewan in this next match. And despite this 1-3-4 earlier on today, Richie Parkin, who was the overnight leader, has lost his last couple of fixtures. And one of those wins that came yesterday, where he was undefeated, was reeling in the big fish in the deciding leg against Lee Shewan. He'll be looking for something similar, I'm sure, in this game to get himself his first win on Friday here in Group C. Lee Shewan needs to win, otherwise he will be out of the running for qualification. So it's another pivotal game. We've got loads of pivotal games, haven't we, Glenn and Henry?
Yeah, and I'm just using the knowledge from Henry sat here. Statistically, he's got incredible knowledge, and I've asked him there because panic is setting in for me a little bit. I asked him, has anyone won 5 on day 1 and lost 5 day 2? And he told me about a certain Scott Walters. So maybe that just tells you. But obviously no bias for me because I'm the ultimate professional. But just to see Richie right now up there with the ups and downs, this is a real big game. And I have a feeling if Richie wins this game, he'll go on to qualify. And I think it would put pay to Lee Shewan's attempts to get to Saturday night. But if Lee wins, I think then it's advantage Jacques and Lisa.
I'm sure Scott Walters just pencils in every Friday around about 12
First
about
leg is
the fact that
Richie
we
to
talk
throw
about him
first.
winning all 5 on the
Game
on the
on.
Thursday and then losing all 5 on the Friday. And if you are watching Morning Scott, and if it is your lunch break at the Super Series and you've got to go back to work after this, then you can keep in touch with all the results. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. But right about now, it's always a good time for a bit of a coffee break, isn't it, Glenn, when you work from home? I'm sure we'll have a tweet from Scott Mitchell in a minute from his farm.
Has he sent one yet?
Not today.
Yeah,
I'm
I've seen him
assuming
send
maybe
one
late
earlier
lunch.
in the week.
100.
I'll be seeing Scott at the World Qualifiers on Monday. I'm sure his preparation's gone well while I've been sat in here for a week.
85.
Fantastic work on my part.
Perfect prep. Look what it did to Mace.
140.
This is the Richie Parkin from yesterday. 140 ton, 140. So if you're wondering what his attributes are,
125. Richie
the fact
O'Connor,
he's got bounce back
121.
ability. Any concerns? Not on your Nelly.
$32.
When you see his darts on TV, they look like javelins.
Yeah, we do have to put a disclaimer
100.
about
Richie
this not
O'Connor,
being an event
89.
at the Olympic Games. They're that big. But Parkin then 89 for the opening leg with the darts. Excellent treble 19, which leads in double
Game shot of
16.
the
Nice
first
clean
leg,
kill.
Richie
14
Parkin.
dart leg to start. Pretty much the perfect start for Parkin. Leading 1-0 with a nice 14 darter in a game that he wants to win to arrest the slide
Second leg
and
lead to
to
throw first. Game
further
on.
boost his hopes of progressing through Group C.
Yes, the cod head will be happy with that, and he
115.
showed his displeasure at doubles there. There you are. Where have you been all morning, he's asking. He does look like a different beast at this moment. Is he back?
140. $44. $85.
Now, you know Richie quite well, Glenn. With the right backing and the right support, where can he go in the game?
He's got
81.
an A game, that's for sure, and he's demonstrated that with massive 100+ averages. And that's why I'm enjoying, believe it or not. I know, just enjoying to see what he's like under pressure. It would have been so easy to come in again today and casually win his opening games, and you're not knowing an awful lot about him. What this is telling me here, that even under pressure,
Richie O'Connor,
he'll have been watching Jacques winning and Lisa winning, suddenly losing his top place, sat in third. Or arguably, this is his, he's playing, and if he hits his tops here, he's averaging just shy of 120.
Richie O'Connor, 127.
And he's Marco's 127. Go treble 17 for the bull.
93. Richie O'Connor, 20.
Now, Richie mustn't start messing about with doubles now, Henry. This has got to go.
Game shot of the second
Plum
leg.
in the
Richie
middle.
Parkin.
There's that little fist pump he did yesterday. Delighted to see the reaction from him. And how nice was that from Lee Shewan? Sportsmanship at its finest.
14 followed
Good
by
luck, Richie, to
13. So if the
first.
trend's
Game
going to
on.
continue, he's going to have a 12 in this one. And then 11 to win the match.
And Lee Shewan just sort of trying to relax that shoulders there.
131.
Either a bit of tension in there or a bit of jip. Well, he hasn't been at his best. In fact, he's been a long, long way from his best, as Lee's showing today.
45.
Bawaniki's playing his best here, but it's just coming up against an inspired Parkin performance.
Parkin fine. Till that.
80.
Yes, he's touched 119 average early in this match. As Richie.
85.
As we talk about, the averages for both players are probably the best of the day so far for them. As you can see there, just watch how the average works. And you see there
84.
with the 84. That will dip that 110 to 108. That's for all you statos out there.
40.
Oh,
Well, if you want a stat, that's his third Robin Hood.
Robin Hood riding through the glen. Now,
85.
what a last start that is. Very, very impressive response this from Richie Parkin. So in answer to your question, this is
100.
just
Richie Parkin, 120.
yesterday you saw his A game. So 1-2-1, he's going to use that bullseye with them extra long points. He's fine there, just follow that one in.
105.
This is beautiful to watch. And I can hear the Whitby massive at home. All cheering him on. I had a message of the Whitby girls last night saying thank you for the
100.
mention.
Richie Parkin, 16.
So people at home are watching. And they'll all be shouting for Richie Parkin on this 88, 4. And again.
Ooh.
No score. Lee Parkin, 131.
Surely not. Shewan not.
Would have been some steal, wouldn't it? So Parkin returns for the 88 then.
79.
This time under
Richie
pressure.
Parkin, 16.
For a 3-0 lead. It's been an excellent performance thus far.
Getting shot on the third leg.
And
Richie
no
Parkin.
mistake that time as he has a look at the 88, berating it as to say, well, there you are at long, long last. Not that it matters. He's got an average of 98.02, but 3 from 7 on the
Fourth
doubles
leg
is the
leader
reason
throw
why it
first.
doesn't
Game on.
tick above the ton, but that's being hypercritical.
99.
Well, as people are really respecting darts, I've had a bit of a high and a bit of a low moment. Watching Richie Parkin has given me a massive high. But in my head, one of my favourite players, Damon Het, has lost.
60. 85.
140 in order here. You don't want to throw away a leg and give any... I daren't say the word, I can't think of another one. You don't want to give any momentum
54.
to Lee. Me and Henry have a sign up in this room. Don't use the word momentum.
Have you not seen what we've just bought? We've just bought a momentumometer. It's our new graphic. We're going to show it.
121.
We're going to show it in the middle of the screen. It's going to. Do you remember election night when you had the swingometer going from one end to the other? And so basically, we're going to have a momentumometer, and I don't know what we're going to put
41.
as the line that does it. Maybe I don't know, but we'll have the momentumometer.
I've gone all Matt Edgar here, but I think that's a good idea.
Maybe we'll put his face on it.
77.
That's a bad idea.
Maybe put one of his cola bottles as the icon.
80.
Chris Murphy asked
Lee
Richie
Parkin,
yesterday when he was
119.
when they were fighting back against him in the last game. I think it was against Josh Richard. We were beginning to think, and he went yes. And at 3-0 up now, he's
79.
now having his worst run of 18 darts here. Is he beginning to think, thank God, he should be using 19s here? Or is he beginning to think,
59.
I've won
Lee
this
Parkin,
match.
40.
because what he needs to do now is just maybe look at the floor.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
He
Lee
needs to put that
Shewan.
to bed. Richie Parkin used to sing songs as Lee Shewan was behind him. I said, what do you do behind a play? And he said, Glenn, I sing a song from start to end. And I think he's got to fundamentally get back to what he
Fifth
was
leg, Richie to
doing
throw first. Game
and
on.
eradicate that leg from his mind very quickly.
$100.
Had to be a very short song, especially if you're playing Ricky Evans.
70.
Well, that would have been to some tune that first show, but he
97.
couldn't follow up.
Lee Shewan looked absolutely devastated at the final
97.
game of last night. I honestly sat with Henry this morning. I said he'll come out fighting today. If there's someone going to come sprinting through the pack and do a 5 from 5, that might surprise you. It'll be Lee Shewan.
55.
He's had a disaster today.
Do you think that final game's affected him a little bit?
But I thought it would have done for the better. You know, when we were in the Players' Lounge, everyone was
81.
laughing, smiling. He was the one with his head in his hands, might be a bit over the top, but I could see the disappointment and frustration from him. But I thought he would turn that negative into a positive. This is the darts and Richie Parkin.
140.
Just a little nod of appreciation there. He's happy with that. He's in a great position here. And a no treble visit.
85. Richie Parkin 109.
He's got 6 darts and 109, so don't play about the board too much. The treble 18. And he'll go back to treble 20 again to leave at least
53.
a 2-dart combination. So he won't be over the moon with that setup, but it is a 2-darter. But Lee on the bogey number of 168.
100. Richie
So
Parkin
56 for a 4-1 win to arrest the slide of today and to keep the momentum going. It would move him onto
Game
12
show on the
points
match, Richie
alongside
Parkin.
Lisa Ashton at the top of the Group C table, and Richie Parkin moves a step closer towards qualification from Group C, getting the better of Lee Shewan by 4 legs to 1. He puts himself in a promising position in Group C, and we will see him very, very shortly as well in a massive game against Jacques Labre. If he wins that one, he will progress his way through to finals night. But we're going to park that for now. We're going to head down towards the bottom half of the table after this short break when Jack Vincent takes on Josh Richardson.
Well, a very warm welcome back then to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And don't forget, actually, of course, you could join us here this Saturday night. Make sure you get your tickets via dartshop.tv. Get them complimentary, free of charge. Come down here, have a fantastic night in the darts and see who will be joining us in week 5 of Champions Week and who will be making their way into Champions Week on finals night. But who will be going through from Group C? Well, Richie Parkin is going to be one of those 3 potentially. Who knows? It's going to be 2 people out of 3 that will be qualifying here for Champions Week. An 88.38 average against Lee Shewan. 180 there, but then again, you can see there 50% checkout stats as well. And Richie Parkin, it seems like the Richie Parkin that we saw from yesterday is now back here today. That means then that it is down now to 3 people that can qualify out of Group C, because you'll need to get to 12 points. The only person that can now do that alongside Lisa Ashton and Richie Parkin is Jacques Labre, and we will see him in the 11th game where he takes on Richie Parkin. That's going to be a huge game for qualification. But right now, we're going to be taking a look at Jack Vincent against Josh Richardson. Excuse me. Josh Richardson got the better of Jack yesterday with a 4-1 victory. This 1-2-5 helping him get over the line. As you can see, there, he hits the double 5 eventually. There you go, second dart. Good work to get himself the 4-1 victory. Neither of them can qualify, of course, for finals night, but they'll still one leave here with a win on the board. Time for the game, described by the Double Ds.
Cheers, Jar. I think that's as good a compliment as I'm going to get there. So then, J&J take 2 of the hockey. Jack Vincent up against Josh Richardson. And at this point, they're both playing for pride, but also they know, put in the performances, they will be back here for another go.
Yeah, I've got pride and professionalism are the 2 words I've got linked to this game here. You'd like to think that it's a game now that can just both relax. You know, they're not thinking about Saturday night no more. And like you said, but you want to be professional. You want to say thank you, MODUS Super Series, for the invite. I'd like to come back again, and here is what I can do.
Who do you expect to win this one? Based on today, you'd think Josh would go into this one as a heavy favourite.
First leg is Jack through first.
It's a bit of a Katy Perry hot and cold question, isn't it? Because a hot Josh Richardson can blitz anybody. You know, he's unbelievable talent, but I've also seen the good and the bad from him.
137.
Obviously, I just like Jack Vincent. You know, you don't want someone to be going home thinking, I won one of my last 14, 15 games, whatever. You want them to take away some positives because, you know, the MODUS Super Series want to see these young talents coming back. And the last thing you want is for him to remember his experience of being here as a bad one.
That's one of the great things about this competition. You have the youth and the experience. I know we're having a couple of seniors weeks coming up, aren't we? At the start of the year, as part of the WSDT agreement. I'd love to, maybe at some point in the week, if there's 1 week of it, if the gaps align, where you have the best Dev Tour players who are eligible to play in this, go head to head.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of things. I mean, I can't help but think if we could have some regional competitions as well. You know, the thought of seeing our guys who are playing each other. Imagine like 6 from Yorkshire and
167.
6 from the northeast, 6 from the south. You know, it would be great. There's loads of options and loads of work that the MODUS Super Series can do.
59.
A lovely start from both players here, and that lovely 180 from Josh. And when you talk about hot and cold, he went 41, 36, 180.
96. Jack your car 108.
If his dad is watching, I'd love to know your feedback. James, how do you think he's done this week? Do you agree with what I've said?
76.
Am I too critical, too nice? Love to hear your thoughts, Matt. And double 14 might change his text. Because what a finish that was. Hot and cold Richardson. 41, 36, 180. 148 finish. What a game this is.
It's a funny old game, Glenn.
Game on.
What a game this is. This darts, 24 grams of tungsten in your hand and the ups and downs you get from it. Some games make it look ridiculously easy. And some players, demonstrated by Josh there, where you can have good and the bad, all within 15 darts.
Going back to formats, I'm going to give you 2 words. Mixed
41.
pairs.
We're not going to go to my 9 darter again at Breen Sands, are we? Because the only 9 darter. Yeah, I mean, there's so much going on with darts right now. I mean, it's frightening. We've got
59.
competitions on top of competitions now, but the mixed pairs is something that it used to be a bit of a warm-up event at the BDO tournaments. You know, I used to enjoy them. I've even played mixed threes
60.
at Chelsea with Lisa Ashton you know, we've won everything there. So yeah, there would be a clamour to be playing with Bo and Fallon and the Lisa's and the Ditas. I mean, the list just goes on and on these days, doesn't it? We've talked about how wonderful the ladies' dart is right now.
I mean, you look at the success it had in the snooker. It was on the ITV main channel. It was big prize money. I think it's a concept that I think could have legs as a world tournament potentially somewhere.
You felt that that was a bit of a trial, the snooker one, because it was only 8 pairs.
121.
So they dabbled with it. So you could get maybe 8 lady dart players and you know, the Premier League guys up there and have a little dabble with it on TV. But the calendar's so stacked now, isn't it?
139.
You know, these days I'm looking at it myself as a commentator and a coach, and my diary's full. As a dart player, he'll go big here. Just don't bust it.
99.
It's a lovely dart. 96 average at the moment, Josh Richardson.
'81. Joshua Carr.
Tots for a 16 darter and to double his lead after obtaining the break in the first, courtesy of that wonderful 148 checkout. And that's 2 from 2 on the doubles for Josh Richardson so far. Really good performance, 96.97 the average.
Do you think he'll also sense the frustration a little bit? Because he has the talent to get through this group, doesn't he? He has all the tools to have qualified this week. I think he was quietly confident when you first interviewed him before the first dart was thrown. He's difficult to read. I thought he was going to be a bit more open. He's, when you chat with him, very softly spoken.
123.
Doesn't elaborate his answers, so he's been hard to read, whereas I feel like Jack Vincent's like an open book. I can pretty much read exactly what's going through his mind.
55.
And we've seen Josh Richardson become one of the only a couple of players in the history of this competition to win every single game in a Group C campaign. That's the sort of caliber of player we're talking about here.
How many wins is that then? Group, 10 out of 10?
10 from 10.
Did he really?
It's not bad.
It's wonderful. I bet Richie Parkin had dreams overnight. But what a difference he looks. He went to go and talk to me as I walked through the players' lounge a minute ago there. I was like, I can't speak with you, Richie. Just, you know, just focus on the job.
140.
I certainly did want to say to him, if you win your next game, it's absolutely huge.
It's effectively a decider, really, isn't it, that one?
Again, it's funny because in there, I walked in and the league table was on their TV. So they're all chatting about it. And Lee Shewan went, it's a 3-horse race now. So they know exactly what's going on.
123. Jack
Labre wouldn't want a commentator walking in and trying to tell them what the situation is. They know exactly. I mean, look at Conor Heenahan early doors. He was quibbling over leg difference and saying we think we got it wrong.
47.
Do you fancy the 75?
The way he's been playing, yet. Double 12. Hasn't missed a dart at double yet. He has now. Along for double 6 for the double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead in a convincing one of that, but Vincent will return for the 102. When he's had the opportunities, by and large, he has managed to take him today.
Treble 19.
26.
Yeah,
Joshua Carr, 12.
He touches his brow. He's disappointed. You don't need me to tell him, but this double 3 needs to be sank.
Game shot on the third leg. Josh Richardson.
I won a lakeside title on a double 3. 48 the first one, double 3 the second one. I can't tell you how my body was shaking in that game.
Fourth leg, Josh, you threw first. Game on.
I virtually had the game won at 6-4 as we went off. And then I got talking to someone who totally distracted me. Missed going to the toilet. Everything was wrong. Us dart players have
41.
a preparation when you go to lakeside. You only get 2 or 3 minutes in between what the legs were. And my preparation was ruined by an old friend who was in the players' lounge. And I come and I was just a wreck.
60.
And Mark McGeaney all of a sudden came from 6-4 to 6-6. Had darts to beat me. And when I got the chance at that double 3, I was like, not messing about with it, it's going in. And obviously little Richard,
100.
That's his main double, isn't it? Double 3. Give me a big hug after it.
I was in the crowd that night. It did at least give us a bit more entertainment.
honestly, atmosphere as much as I think the PDC is the most amazing organisation and brand right now. It's changing people's lives. Players are going to be, millionaires now. There's something about the Lakeside that is very, very special.
Bit like the Crucible in snooker.
Exactly, yeah. But honestly, you stick to the carpets. It can be during the day. You're thinking, is this really what
60.
the Lakeside's about? And then they put the lights down, the smoke, and it's just it's a wonderful place. I went back to share to commentate, walked in, and the guy in the desk went, "Where is your pass?" And
59.
I was like, I'm Glenn. I nearly went, "Do you know who I am?" So yeah, my final venture into Lakeside, I was nearly booted out the venue because I didn't have a pass.
60.
The cheek.
That was a good week, that week.
I said to him, "It's tungsten time."
At the Lakeside.
140.
Well, it could be Josh's time if he can take out the tops for a 4-0 victory. And it has been a commanding and convincing one, it has to be said. Averaging 93.5. It's been a really good performance this from Josh Richardson, and he can round it off if he can pin this tops. Double 10. Vincent's got another
20.
go. Was he just toying around a little bit too long there, Glenn?
I'm glad you asked that question there, and that's not the first time. So if Josh did want to chat with Glenn, what's your thoughts of the way I played this week? He does have moments, might not be 4 to 5 seconds, where he's shaking his head, looking at scores. You need to just focus, just stare that double 10 out. Don't mess about. Don't stand back and look around. What does your opponent want? Just do exactly that. A wonderful 4-0, a very rare 4-0 victory. It's Josh Richardson, just a little bit too little, too late. We move on to a massive crunch game. Jacques Labre against Richie Parkin is coming soon. Don't miss that one.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
As we say there, you could be here on Saturday night. Make sure you go and get your tickets right now. Dartshop.tv, because you will not want to miss a fantastic finals night when we find out who is going to be the latest player to put their place in Champions Week. Glenn Durrant has joined us back up here on the balcony. In that last game there, a fantastic check out there by Josh Richardson, that 148. Set him on his way, really.
He honestly, he's so hot and cold, it's incredible. He can be the best player out of the six. And at times this week he showed some real sort of weaknesses as well. But the game is there for him. It's just the consistency. But the 148 was fantastic.
It certainly was. And as you say, it was like Katy Perry. As you say, hot and cold. But I tell you, three players that are quite hot are at the top of the table right now. And it is Lisa Ashton, it is Richie Parkin, and it is Jacques Labre. There you can see there, 12 points for Lisa, 12 points for Richie, and 10 points for Jacques Labre. And this is a huge game that we've got coming up next. You can see it's second versus third. Richie Parkin against Jacques Labre. These are the games you want to be involved in, isn't it, Glenn?
That's frightening. I mean, for the neutral, a Jacques win here would be absolutely incredible to put the three of them on 12 points there. But the Richie Parkin massive fans who I'm talking to quite regular, they'll be praying for a Richie Parkin win here. This is one not to miss.
Absolutely. This is the game, obviously. This is a 4-0 yesterday as well for Richie. That kind of sent him on his way. That was the second game that he played here. And obviously, that sort of result, again, would be massive for him, because not just the win, but the leg difference as well, which could come into play.
Yeah, it won't be 4-0 today. That's, I'll stick my pundit hat on there. It'll be a lot closer, but Richie was fantastic. I was beginning to panic a little bit after losing two. Let's find out what he's made of. But I thought he was excellent there. This has all the ingredients to be a wonderful game.
I can't wait for it. I'm sure you can't either. I know that the Parkin Massive back at home will want you on comm, so we're going to let you go and do that. We can't leave Henry Deacon alone again, can we, on to call this massive game. It's Parkin against Labre.
Charlie, thank you very much indeed. And game 11 of our day could well be the decisive one in terms of who goes through Group C and take their place in Saturday night's final. We know Conor Heenahan is already there. He qualified through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. Lisa Ashton, as things stand, is in pole position in Group C to secure her place into finals night. And if Richie Parkin secures victory here against Jacques Labre, he rubber stamps his name as part of the finals night field. Quite simply put, Jacques Labre has to win this match to help his hopes of qualification through. If he wins, there will be 3 players on 12 points after this particular match. You would then see Lisa Ashton, after this, take on Shewan. Whatever you are doing over the next half an hour or so, do not move from your seat, because we are going to see Group C possibly decided over the next couple of matches. Glenn Durrant has raced his way down for the balcony. He cannot miss a single dart of this massive encounter. What wins it for you?
I don't think it'll be 4-0 as it was yesterday, that's for sure, but both players know exactly what they need to do. This guy is a proven winner. And he's just peaking. You know,
140.
If you look at the trajectory of the way this week's gone, he started right from the bottom, and we said he has the potential just to get better and better, and then just when he gets there on Saturday night, whereas Richie zoomed up the mountain quicker than any player I've seen in the MODUS Super Series so far. But after a little wobble today, he did bounce back after that last game there, but already stratospheric numbers in the first 6 starts.
140.
All the ingredients here. I'm just going to sit back at times and enjoy this. And I suggest you do the same.
It's a much more important game for Jacques Labre. It's one he really has to win. If he loses it, he's not out the race for qualification, but he would have to rely on favours from Shewan in the next game against Lisa Ashton. But a win for Parker would see him into tomorrow night's finals here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Labre's come out the blocks absolutely flying, leaving 81 after 9 with the throw. leaving Parkin with work to do in this particular leg. He could be on for an 11 darter to start what is a pivotal match.
81.
They'll actually be both fairly happy the way they started, but Jacques, I just think he knows exactly. He should go treble 14. That just sets it up nicely there. So he'll come back for a single dart combination.
41.
Win. Well, Richie Parkin all the way back on 202. All he can do is put pressure on that 40 finish. Sorry, Henry, it doesn't look like he's going to do that. Gives him an outside chance.
40.
But Jack probably will go low on tops if it goes anything like what's been going on. That's a wonderful marker for him.
Getting shot on the first leg, Jacques Labre.
And a little grin there. That's telling me he feels good. And maybe it's one of the first darts he's hit at tops, but there's something that's amused him there. But it's with darts. Richie mustn't panic. He didn't play bad himself in that leg. But already, I don't know about you, Henry, already it feels like this is a must-win leg.
And that 45. First visit opens up the door for Jacques Labre early on in this second. A 14 darter to win the first. And if he can crank in a couple of trebles here, he would take full ascendancy of this match. But that slip into 54. The treble 5 has basically cancelled out the 45 visit that Parkin had with his first turn at the board.
Yeah, Richie's been really proficient on that treble 20 bed. And in the last game, his scoring power came back. But when it's your dart and you're 1-0 down, 45 and 60 just don't cut the mustard. So this is a big chance for Jacques. And he's in that treble bed again.
100.
Like I said, for anyone who's tuned in for the first time today, just for me, it doesn't look like the same player that I saw on Monday, and that's the beauty of what the MODUS Super Series is all about, especially on debut.
140.
You've got to just, the whole ambience of the building, just get used to it. And then all of a sudden, but we did call it. We just felt that he's the type of player who can go
100
throughout the week and just get better and better and better. And there'd be no surprise if he's lifting that trophy up on Saturday night.
The winner of every single week here at the Super Series wins £5,000 and then gets the chance to participate at Champions Week. And they're all looking to emulate Conan Whitehead, who won the £20,000 top prize back in October.
59.
Well, Parkin being the man in week 5. He's got to qualify for Saturday night first, leaving 1-2-1 after 12 in this crucial clash. So treble 13 now, following the bullseye, which gives him a dart at double 16 for the 1-2-1 to level proceedings up here against Jacques Labre. An excellent, excellent finish there. A big moment in a big game, perhaps.
If you're going to put a highlight package about Richie's week this week, it could be about 20 minutes long. Some stunning finishes, 170, 1-3-4-2 tops. That 1-2-1 there is absolutely 45. Unbelievable dart. And that's just cranked up the pressure on Jacques, whose responses are 45. This is your time for a 1-3-4, Richie. Not this time.
58.
Missed opportunity.
Excellent visit.
And look which two trebles they were. I was criticised about the fact that I felt if Jacques used that treble 19 more, he would be a better player.
85.
I'd love to see the percentage of how many times he's hit that treble 19. And I say that because I criticised him, because even when he was covering the bed, similar to that dart, that he persevered with a treble 20 when he was so proficient around that treble 19
43.
area. I'm never, ever going to be in this commentary box to ever upset any player. But I'm also here to sort of give my thoughts. I've decided as a commentator that I want to try and put you in Jacques' body right now. You know, what's he thinking, what's he doing, and any suggestions and advice.
60.
And I just think he could use them treble 19 just an awful lot better. Whereas Richie, the total trajectory of that one, look at the way that's sitting up, so it was begging to go downstairs.
96.
And there's nothing really in this match, but Richie does have the potential here to break. But that's a wonderful dart from Jacques.
Can he find one more? He couldn't just squeeze one more bedfellow in there. And so Parkin, the 137. Can he find this on the back of the 121? No is the answer. And so Labre returns to the 124 for a 2-1 lead.
45. Jacques Labre 124.
Is it a tale of missed opportunities, this leg for Richie? Treble 18 for Jacques. He will stay there.
56.
And that's not a gimme 68.
92.
That gives decisions. Is it treble 20 or is it a bullseye first start? He's gone the very aggressive route. So it's 72 left. And double 12 for a break. And I think you might have even heard the scream and shout there. Ooh la la.
2 clutch moments goes Richie Parkin's way. That double 12 for the 92 could be more pivotal than the 1-2-1 he nailed in the last leg, because it gives him a 2-1 lead. Labre was returning for the 68 for that advantage in his favour, and what Parkin has in leg 4 is the darts in his hand.
I think it was yesterday that we really heard Jacques after he really growled at the board and shouted.
125.
For the people who listening, Richie Parkin's not that type of player to scream and shout. He's got that game mode head on. He's focused. He's determined. Just look at his eyes there.
100.
Eyes on the prize all the time. Focus. See nothing but the treble 20, and that's the zone he's in right now.
$60.
Interesting, just looking at the top cam angle there, Glenn, of the first touches dipping underneath. We have seen him just switch a couple more times, and that's happened. Well, that's an excellent visit there for Richie Parkin.
It's something that he's worked on. It's still, it's really smooth, that throw now. Like I say, I played pairs with him on a local league on a Thursday 100. Now. He's been absolutely useless, if truth be told. But in the singles, he just then steps up 4 or 5 bits, and he's been marvellous. He's enjoying every moment with the lads. And
60.
He travelled last week when the weather was absolutely shocking, and I was like, why have you come all this way down here in this weather? And he said it was match practice for the MODUS Super Series. It could have been a great decision.
60. Richie Parkin 141.
We've talked about his highlight reel. Is this another one to add?
Or are we going to see
130.
A moment of French magic here at the Super Series? 156 will not go for Jacques Labre.
Now, when you're playing percentages and 156, 80. You've got to say it's a 1 in 10 chance of getting it. So when you've got 61 with the last start, Richie Parkin, treble 15 for me was your shot, because now all of a sudden this big 3 is very difficult. Plum. He's feeling good.
Game shot on the
that
leg.
Is
Richie
a wonderful
Parkin.
Combination, and better than any 180 he's done today. That pop on 344. Very, very satisfying. Impressive stuff from the Whitby man.
And the scenario now is very simple. Labre loses this leg, Parkin progress through to Saturday night's final.
96. $77.
How will Teesside be feeling at this present moment in time, Glenn?
They'll be hoping that Parkin books his ticket to
100.
Saturday night. Brap. In it. Sorry, Henry.
134.
In a minute, you'll be saying the Tingo Scrap.
Oh, now you have lost me.
Let's go back to the darts, because there's a pivotal
47.
few moments incoming here. As we have a look at the averages. And in a game that's so pivotal, you could say one of the biggest games of Parkin's career to try and get through to the finals. He's coming up with the goods, averaging 92.34. leaving himself on 205 after 9. It's a leg that's kind of up in the offing here with Labre back on 258. And he has not missed a darted double. And that's come on the back of some
100.
Combination finishes as well. Labre first to finish, but Parkin, you'd sense Glenn here, should leave it more handy. The call's all yours.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked yesterday. What position would you rather be, 158 or 205 with the darts?
61.
I don't think panic will be setting in just yet, but that's unlucky. It's obviously advantage to Jacques in this leg. 158, but that 5 he won't be happy with. But that's a lovely last dart, and that'll just make Richie think now. But the way he's been finishing this week, anything can happen with this 144. And that's the perfect first dart by Richie Parkin. He'll go down for 16s now after leaving 64. That leaves a 2-dart 48 combination finish. And we've seen this 77 a few times today, so he'll go treble 19. Big fat 18. And how are you feeling on this top, Jacques Labre?
57. Richie Parkin, 48.
And these are the types of chances. This will put him through to Saturday night. Whitby, are you ready? Let me hear you cheer if this double 8 goes in, Whitby.
40. Jacques Labre, 20.
The champagne on ice. Double 10, it's Labre's favourite double. But it doesn't help him this time. Up for double 5, and that is absolutely clutch on Jacques Labre. His biggest double 5 of the week. His biggest moment of the week. And coming up now may well be his biggest leg of the week. Parkin wins this with the darts. He's through. And Labre then be waiting on results elsewhere in the Lisa Ashton Lee Shewan game to see whether he progresses. And have a look at this for a start for Richie Parkin. A ton 40 start.
134.
But Labre follows him. These two Group C heavyweights going toe-to-toe and trading haymaker blows.
36.
But is that a mistake?
If you wonder why I'm going quiet, I'm leaving a lot of the work to Henry. I'm actually
81.
a little bit nervous watching Richie. I know impartiality in this commentary box is key, but I'm watching someone I've sort of mentored for over 10 years. Someone I know he looks up to
85.
what we've achieved, and I say we because I felt like I was representing the whole area. But many of the players are now coming through, and I can sit back and watch them. So the nerves are in this commentary box as well. But his last 2 scores
80.
are 36 and 85. He needs to step on the gas here with 240. What he would give for a 140 right now.
$60.
That 60 gives Labre 6 on 206 for the break-in leg 6 to send us the distance where the Frenchman would have the darts. But can he find a route to the treble?
45.
No is the answer. And so leaves himself on 161, and so potentially it's advantage Parkin again.
That's a stinker.
50.
Just the first sign of nerves there.
161.
What I would say to him right now is get your head down. Just focus. And this 161 from Jacques. That's not good for him, but he'll try and piece it through there.
44.
No, he has gone down, so that was the right dart.
130.
The pair of them are just passing the baton to each other. But is it only one treble finish, this one? Richie Parkin for the bull. Another match dart goes awry.
82.
It's a long way, and I think
Jacques
that leaves that 48 again.
117.
How ironic, he's got another chance at that if Jacques doesn't finish on this 117.
He should get a dart here. He will get a dart here at tops for 3-3, but it doesn't go. And so Parkin will now get his opportunity again at 48.
Whitby, are you ready again? This time he's going to go the tops route. Double 10 has been kind to a lot of the players this week. And double 10, Richie Parkin, we will see on Saturday night. Good cod. He batters that double 10. If he does look up to me, he's a chip off the old block. I'm proud of you, Richie Parkin, and I'll see you Saturday night.
Well, we have our second finalist into finals night. Conor Heenahan joined us on Wednesday, and it is now Richie Parkin who has got the job done. Had a bit of a wobble at the start of the session, but has managed to come through. Clutch checkouts at 1-2-1 on double 16 in leg 2, and that 92 breaker throw in leg 3 set him up for a 4-2 victory against Jacques Labre. As you can see there, 50% on the checkouts, very, very important. And despite missing multiple match starts in leg 5 and 6, he gets the job done in leg 6 to win by 4 legs to 2. Let's see, just a quick reminder of that table as we go into our next games. As you can see there, Richie Parkin is now on 14. Jacques Labre cannot catch him. No one can catch him. He will be there in finals night. Jacques Labre now has a nervous wait, because if Shewan can do what he did yesterday against Lisa Ashton, Jacques Labre can still have a chance of qualifying, although Lisa does have a game in hand there on Jacques Labre, and that game in hand is now. It is match 12. Lisa Ashton against Shewan. Our third game from yesterday is now our 12th game here today. As you can see, Lisa Ashton started off and leveled the game up with this fantastic 108 checkout on the Shanghais on the 18s. But this 84 in the very next leg for Lee turned the game in his favour at 3-2. And then this game here, the 1-3-6 to finish us off in the final leg of the match, made it by 4 legs to 3, and Shewan got the victory there today. I'm sure Jacques Labre will be hoping that to be the case again for Shewan, because if he doesn't win and Lisa Ashton does come through this game, she will also be at finals night. Another pivotal game. We could have Group C decided right now. Hen, Glenn, over to you.
Cheers, Jarlath. Yes, it could be signed, sealed, delivered, and Lisa could be the third player into the finals night field here at the MODUS Super Series. Well, we know Conor Heenahan was going to be there before play got underway today, and we can now inscribe the name of Richie Parkin into the finals night field tomorrow. And if Ashton gets the better of Shewan, she can send out the invitations, send out the RSVPs to finals night here at the Modus Live Lounge. And why don't you be one of our VIPs and be a part of the crowd? Tickets are free of charge via darkshop.tv. Lee Shewan knows that his hopes of progression is over. It's all about trying to finish on a high for him. And maybe be the spoiler.
Yeah, you
95.
The Battle of Lancashire. You don't want to be losing that game. Great win against Lisa yesterday. And we just haven't seen the best from Lee. And already, they're probably his best 2 darts of the day so far. But is it a case of just relaxing, enjoying it, and showcasing your talents, and seeing the really best from you? For Lisa,
96.
She'll know what the score is. Win this one with Richie Parkin, going all the way to Saturday night.
42.
Whose situation would you like to be in here? Lisa fighting for
60.
In the sense of winning this game. Would it be a case of Lisa knowing that she has to win the game? Or Lee, who's just free rolling and going to go and enjoy it, not knowing that it can do anything but be a bit of a spoiler?
I mean, naturally, you want to be in that position, don't you, where you're challenging for top honours and challenging to be
100.
at the top of the game, especially when you're a player of the calibre of Lisa Ashton. Making up the numbers just isn't a part of her logic or her mantra. She's turning up to an event, no matter what it is, where it is, she's coming here
86.
to win.
Yeah,
And
for Lee,
150.
it'll be a strange experience where you're playing a game where he probably hasn't got a nerve in his body in this game. Probably is done and dusted. He probably just wants to get off and
60.
get on his way back home to Fleetwood. Should use the 19s.
137. Lisa require 90.
Well, Lisa's been good on this 90 finish. He's got opportunity at the bullseye here.
65. Leo Carr,
With
42.
the wire away. So 42. Big open target there. You're in right in the middle of that 10 and 6. And he's not even sure what he hit there, but it's double 16 is what he needs. It's double 16 what he hits.
Lee Shewan.
It's Lee Shewan that takes the early lead. With Lisa needing this win to get to Saturday night.
These two, as you said, both representatives of Lancashire. And I wonder whether knowing each other well may also play a part in this.
That's a question I was going to ask you. That's where I've got written down here. Probably, I mean, the last game she has against Josh Richardson, and as we've touched on, hot and cold, she could
45.
walk into 110 average from Josh. You just don't know. So maybe this is the game she fancies, but she's also playing a friend. That's never the easiest thing to do. I guess she just has to focus on her own game.
125.
Who am I to tell a 4-time world champion what she'd be feeling or doing?
Because actions speak louder than words. And the maximum is the loudest shout of all from Paul Hinks.
135.
Someone's turned the heat up on this game all of a sudden.
The blue touch paper has been lit.
100. $24.
The disappointing score. Leaves them both on 176. Your mind as you go up there is 140 would be nice.
100.
That does leave a 2-dart combination finish for Lisa. Advantage Ashton in this one. There he's back in that treble 20 bed. He's just playing so free-flowing.
136.
I think he went to go for a big 20 there, but the understanding if one leaves your finger not correctly, you could bust. This double 8 is big. Big dart.
60. Leo Carr, 40.
The frustration of missed doubles again continues for Lisa Ashton.
Game shot on the second leg.
Lee Shewan is relaxed, he's free-flowing, he's enjoying the game, and all of a sudden, he's making a mockery of the league table.
Third leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Jacques Labre will be watching on in the practice room. with quite
57.
some interest. Because at this juncture, he is still in the race.
35.
What a fantastic feast of darts you've got.
180.
As we come to this conclusion of this group. One eye also on Minehead. And the guy that's been spouted about so much. The guy, the player of the year,
96.
arguably. Josh Rock's been dumped out by Cameron Menzies. Top seed, Damon Hedder, out. The greatest man in the world
94.
has just lost in Jim Williams. I'm having a bad couple of minutes here.
Can I do my best classified results impression?
96.
You're the
Richie
boss.
Parkin, 170.
We'll do it after this leg because there's plenty going on. Ashton will not nail the 170, but she is going to return with Shewan back
40.
on 274.
Just the way this MODUS Super Series and where Lisa's been, she doesn't do things easy, does she?
46.
This was an opportunity against an out-of-form Lee Shewan. Because I tell you what, I wouldn't want to go into that game with Josh Richardson because when you talk spoilers, if he gets that wonderful
58.
throwing arm going, Jacques Labre is not totally out of this yet.
$96.
You think
Richie
Ashton will
Parkin,
win this one,
72.
you just get the sense that the next one is going to be absolutely imperative, but she's got to get over the line first, 72, double 12.
It's the double troubles, that's the concerns, Henry.
Green shot on the third leg. Lisa
That's what she
Ashton.
does best. And I totally agree with you. This leg is huge. It's massive.
Fourth leg leader throw first. Game on.
Sure, some classified results, Glenn, from the Kazoo Players Championship.
85.
Andrew Gilding, 6. Ricky Evans, 2. Okay, I'll stop that. I'll stop that. Well, of course, get the better Kevin Do at 6-3. Callum Reed
47.
beating Madars Rasmus 6-5. Joe Cullen getting the better of Rabbi John Rodriguez 6-2. Just having a look at social media, there's a couple of instances going on in that particular match. Darryl Gurney getting the better of Keegan Brown 6-3.
59.
Damon Hetta out to Ricardo Pietresco 6-5. Scott Williams beating Alan Suter 6-4. Wade beating Suljevic 6-2. Jermaine Watermina playing some really good stuff recently,
121.
beating Brendan Dolan 6-3. Mike DeDecker beating Jim Williams 6-4. But this is the upset. Cameron Menzies beating
58.
the man of the moment, Josh Rock, by 6 legs to 3. And currently on stage now, Jan van Veen, one of the regulars here at the Super Series, taking on the reigning European champion
62.
in Ross Smith.
If you ask Lisa Ashton, the only game that's important at the moment is this one.
59.
2-7-1 will be interesting. Let's see how she is thinking, because logically, 19s would be the first start.
45.
It's a great dart for Lee. He's going to fill this up and he's looking downstairs.
139.
I'm not sure why on that one, because it was sitting nicely. But a 2-2-6, all of a sudden she is going down.
101. Leo Carr 101.
101 for a 3-1 lead. And to really spice things up, tops
61.
comes
Lisa
and
Carr,
goes. This is big now for Ashton.
125.
It's big, but what an absolute moment this could be. That's perfect. Just above the bed.
65.
Something
Leo
about
Carr,
that finish that
40.
I really fancied there. Lee Shewan, how do you feel? Great marker.
Game shot on the fourth
Maybe
leg.
thinking,
Lee
why
Shewan.
haven't I played like this yesterday and today? Because he's been superb in this one. 3 from 5 on the checkouts being the talent factor. 60%.
Fifth leg leads
Lisa
to throw
1 from
first.
5,
Game on.
20%. That pretty much sums up her week of doubling.
100.
But if we know one thing about Lisa Ashton this week, there is a never say die attitude. The amount of games that have gone the distance involving the Lancashire Rose, and
60.
She'd love to get it done in this one. She doesn't want to go into that game with Josh Richardson, feeling the pressure of having to win.
60.
Is there a possibility of leg difference as well? Because at 3-1 down, it's a big deficit.
Well, this is the leg difference
100.
scenario because Lisa Ashton, before this game, was on +9. Jacques Labre +5. So it's very, very swingable.
100.
You know that momentumometer we were talking about a bit earlier on? We might need to implement it quickly.
Where would Edgar's head be?
66.
What happened in 66? Come on, England.
$100.
Are they playing tonight?
That's just you know, that's more of a shout out for my hero, John Gwynn. I would love to
60.
hear
Lisa Carr,
his tone.
141.
For me, the greatest commentator. You know what he told me
57.
about commentary? Don't insult the audience and don't say something that you can clearly see on the screen. So don't say that's 120.
139.
They were the two
Lisa
bits of
Carr,
advice he gave
84.
me as I went onto Lakeside last year. Don't insult the audience and don't tell them something they can see.
Game
Bull.
shot on the fifth leg. Lisa Ashton.
And that was off Alan. What another bull shout. And as we talk about the leg difference, you just never know how important that bull was. She has to break Lee Shewan.
Six
She
leg
has
leader
one
for the
more
first
opportunity to
game.
do that. That opportunity is now, but Lee is straight in that treble 20 bed.
100.
Will Shewan be the spoiler in this group?
Lisa's demonstrated moments of absolute magic for 2 or 3 minutes.
125.
Do you get the feeling, Henry, that magic moment has to happen now?
She needs to find something inspired. She needs to draw on all of those qualities that's seen her become a full-time
76.
world champion. And is that just a little slip up there from Sherwin, which could allow the Lancashire Rose in here? And she looks as if she's set to take
100.
full advantage. A tunnel do at this particular juncture.
Yeah, she's got, what's that, about 60 points up here, 50-odd points. So if this is a trebleless visit,
45.
Ashton has took the darts, and with her darts in the last leg, the Edgar swing-ometer goes in, oh, but just above the treble.
100.
What a fantastic, fantastic last dart that was.
The only problem is that with that is I'm with Matthew Edgar next week, and I am not going to hear the end of it.
140.
It's all about me with Edgar, isn't it? So make sure you tell him you're the boss. 176. A treble needed. Just pop it over that.
60. Leo Carr, 140.
This match swings from Ashton to Shewan, from Shewan to Ashton. 140. It's going to be difficult to squeeze the dart through there, but he does it.
100.
What an
Lisa Carr,
unbelievable dart that was. I
116.
think even Lee was shocked when he looks there. 116. Is it treble 20? It isn't. As
60.
this league
Leo
table
Carr,
taking
40.
another massive twist because it's tops for Shewan. A lovely marker. And double 10's been kind.
Game
And it's
shot on the
game,
match, Lee
set
Shewan.
and match to Lee Shewan. Another twist and turn in this unbelievable group. Lisa Ashton still needs another win. Or is it going to come down to legs difference? Join us next, Richie Parkin. He's back against Jack Vincent playing his last game of the week.
Well, Jacques Labre might be owing Lee Shewan a drink or two. He has just kept him in the race to qualify out of Group C here at the MODUS Super Series and on to finals night. That there, the 4-2 victory then for Lee Shewan over Lisa Ashton. 4 out of 8 on the checkouts there, 2 out of 6, 33% for Lisa. As we've always said this week, her doubling just has not been at the standard that we know that she can be. But it doesn't matter as much as it might do, because she still has one opportunity to qualify from Group C and get out of there and into finals night. We already know one of the finalists coming out of Group C, and that is going to be Richie Parkin. He currently still leads the table on 14 points, and if he were to win this next matchup against Jack Vincent, then he would finish top of the pile where he started the day and where he ended the day. But as you can see there, Lisa Ashton on 12, Jacques Labre on 10. The leg difference could be a factor. If Jacques Labre will be going through, it will mean that Lisa Ashton has to lose her final game against Josh Richardson, and Jacques Labre would have to win his final game as well. So still all to play for in the race for second place. Could be the end of the race to top the group. That could be coming up next. Richie Parkin takes on Jack Vincent in our third last game of the day. Checkouts like this, 89, have helped Richie Parkin find a way through on debut into finals night. And this outstanding 1-2-1 in the last game helped him get over the line against Jacques Labre and book his place. So, last chance for Jack Vincent to go home with the W before the end of the week, while Parkin looks to perk himself at the top, or perch himself, I should say, at the top. Glenn, help me out of this one.
Yeah, Richie Parkin, job done. He'd be absolutely delighted to get there, but I don't know if one eye will be on the prize of finishing top of the group. And from Jack Vincent's point of view, it's all just gone a little sour. Smile still on his face there, which is great to see. Not a lot to play for, you would think, here, apart from your pride, finishing top. But for Jack, just saying to the MODUS Super Series, give me another opportunity, because this is what I can do.
2 things he's got to do here. Have fun and empty the tank. Don't have anything left after this game.
Great advice. Great advice, young man. And I think he will. I think he'll put every single effort into it. He's been written off with games against Warburton, against Labre, and he's probably been written off for the game against Parkin
Richie to throw first.
And for the first time of the week,
game on.
I think I actually want Richie to probably lose here. That's how much I respect Jack Vincent, because he's been an absolute credit this week. No complaints. He knows it's all about himself.
100.
No sulking, no throwing darts away. He continues to be the ultimate professional despite the losses.
But let's not forget, this isn't a dead rubber game at the same time, because
45.
even though Parkin is through, qualification in first place isn't a cast iron guarantee as of yet, because Ashton can still get on to 14 points with victory against Josh Richardson next up.
Yes, he'll want to win the game. He'll want to finish top of the group, but is his mind totally on it? I'd like to think it is. It's a great opportunity just to
90.
To have no tension, no stress in your body. Just go out there and play your best darts. But I'll know he'll be absolutely buzzing. And he said his phone went off the scale yesterday. So I'm asking all my
91.
friends in the Northeast, send him a message overnight, because tomorrow night probably his biggest night ever in darts.
That's a max of Vincent. Well, we've seen Parkin get a fish this week. He wasn't able to fill it up this time.
81.
Like it.
$140. Richie will require 89.
So 89, a finish we like. It could be an opportunity for the bullseye. I don't think he even looked at the treble there.
64. Jack require 46.
And if Jack has had a big weakness, if he's listening again to this when he looks back, these 2 dark combinations, he's been the weakest of the players today statistically.
Game shot on the
And that's
first
exactly
leg. Jack
what he
Vincent.
needed to do pretty much from day one. But if he looks back at the figures that we're looking at, whereas for Richie, he's top of the table by a long way on them 2 dart combinations, where Jack,
Second leg, Jack to throw first.
it's been
Game
an
on.
area certainly of improvement. So add a half an hour practice to your day, Jack. 41 to 72. And
60.
start again, repeat. 41 to 72. Repeat, repeat, repeat.
Muscle memory. The important thing, isn't it?
140.
If he's going to learn anything after 5 days on this hockey, is that he can probably say he can score. He'd be fairly happy with the way he scored.
45.
His doubling, his checkouts are the area of improvement.
Is there going to be a celebratory Parmo for Richie Parkin?
Well, he's a codhead, isn't he? So really, he should be fish and chips.
45.
I think he likes his Parmos, but you know I think he works in a fish factory, and I don't know if he loves. I don't think he likes fish that much, which is sacrilegious when you're from Whitby. He might prove me wrong.
45.
But my favourite place in the world. Get yourself to the Magpie. You might have to queue to get your fish and chips, but it's an experience. If you're going to go to Whitby, you've got to sample the
125.
best fish and chips in the world.
What was your go-to celebratory meal or something to eat after a big win?
60.
What a good question that is. Well, I'm certainly not took out with Marco Meyer anyway, that's for sure. I've only been with him is it 4 days I've been with Marco? I think I've had 4 kebabs,
97.
2 pizzas, a mixed grill, and 15 Greg's breakfasts.
Well, let me tell you mine. Love an Italian, but also like a
41.
dessert. I
Richie
do like a nice
Parkin,
Knickerbocker
94.
Glory.
Mix above. It's a good job you don't win many games of darts then, Henry.
78.
You could say that's a rarity.
Jack a long way back on 250. As Richie misses his second dart or double.
43. Richie O'Carr, 16.
Richie double 8. He thought that was in. It's a good opportunity on that point there. As he pings that one in.
Second leg, Richie Parkin.
As I did exactly the same with a second dart in the Isle of Man. It was the darkest throw I've ever seen in my life against Chris Landman. A game I was desperate to win the Isle of Man, the competition.
Game on.
I give the biggest shout out I've ever done in my life. Only for Pup Dundas to say, no score.
125.
I mean, you've mimicked the Hinks 180, and I wouldn't try the Dundas 174.
100. He used to tap me on the way back and say, I've just won
85.
£2 off all the other markers. Yeah, that's Paul Hinks. It's great to see him. Marco this week. I mean, everybody's loving this MODUS Super Series. Everything about it.
140.
The professionalism of that stage, the production. If only they can get a decent couple of duo in the commentary box, they'll be howling.
That's all right. Chris Murphy's back soon.
96.
When things get worse in the commentary box, they bring in guess who? Matthew
Me.
Edgar.
Me and Matthew Edgar
You're not
scraping down the barrel, aren't we?
I'll be watching it next week with the sound
42.
off. A wonderful set of players next week. I've had privy to see them. And I've also had privy to see the people when I'm
100.
back here on, is it the 11th or 12th of December? So I've got the week just as Ali Pali starts as well, where a lot of the commentators and the team will be down at that wonderful place. I'll be in
42.
Portsmouth, but I'm very, very lucky with the type of players that I've got there. Some fantastic and, dare I say, cosmopolitan players to come. So tune in.
We are going to
100.
exclusively
Richie
reveal
O'Carr,
next week's lineup tomorrow
152.
night between the semi-final and the final, where Richie Parkin's going to be. We know that for a fact now. It's just about jostling for what position he's going to be in the table. If he wins this game, no matter what, he's going to be top of the pile, top of Group C, and into Group 1 tomorrow.
And a sign of a good player is when you feel like a game is quite still. As Richie Parkin is just still
Richie
around that
52.
90 mark. That used to be the area that we all wanted to reach, but double 16 for a 2-1 lead. He's looking good, Henry, isn't he?
Richie Parkin.
Absolutely on a roll. The Parkin charge.
Off like Jack, you throw first. Game on.
Well, it's on the double yellow brick road towards finals night.
70.
What do you call a fish with no eyes?
140.
Oh, no. Can we do the darts again, please? Well, I'll tell you what,
100.
Richie Parkin has been a great find by the Super Series selectors, and we do have a number of selectors that do go around local competitions and see local games and pick players from there, and he's been a great find. Look like the likes of Ryan Finesse
83.
and Chaz Barstow and Scott Walters, notably.
Come on, more north. They're all southerners. Tell me about the northerners.
85.
Adam Atkinson, Richie Parkin,
Exactly,
Graham Usher.
Adam Atkinson been a great addition to this lineup. He joined in July. I think it's the first week of Series
80.
1 he made his debut, or something along them lines.
And it's not just these young players coming through. It was great. Honestly, it was really good to see Tony Wood here last week. I mean, Tony Wood for 20 years in the North East been prolific, and you know,
100.
up there with the Ryan Joyces, Chris Dobie, Adam Hunts winning competitions, and you know, it was really, really good to see him get the opportunity last week. And for every Tony Wood in the North East, I can tell you another 5 more.
83. Jack your car 146.
Do you know the best North East player off the top of my head? Chris Dobie. ... Dad. What a player.
110.
What a
Richie your
player.
car 115.
115 probably go on the 19s. So treble 20 would leave double 18. All he can do now is set it up.
99.
And
Jack your
that
car
he does.
46.
And Jack, this is an area of improvement for you. Prove me wrong. Just go a little bit wide. That's where you're going wrong, going inside. This double 9's a stinker. Good marker.
18.
And that
Richie your car
photo
16.
shot there sums up Jack Vincent's week. And that
Green shot on the
sums
fourth
up
way.
Richie Parkin's week. Absolute millimetres. Jack done through 3 lovely darts. Wire, bent the wire. Richie Parkin threw 2 darts, which made that double 8 look really
It's
difficult.
like Richie to throw first.
Moved
Game
across
on.
the hockey and pinged it in. That is the difference between them 2 men this week. Right in them 6 darts there. He did that yesterday.
51.
He went into a big 12 and tried to tell me afterwards he was trying to go for the treble 12. You're a liar.
So Parkin was in the wrong bay.
100.
The
140.
140s and Parkin continue. Another very acceptable 33% on the checkout rates. Just shy of 90 average again for Richie Parkin.
60.
He's having a wonderful week. I'm looking forward to the interview, hopefully, with Richie and Charlotte at the end, because I found it very emotional yesterday as he spoke to Murphy. I don't think he quite could believe what happened yesterday.
100.
And I know, you know, he went back and he read every single message of support. I will apologise now if Richie Parkin wins
44.
tomorrow night, because I will call that winning double. I'm going to ask Henry if I can call that winning double, because it would be one of my proudest moments for him. And he might be able to give me the 100 quid back he owes me.
60.
Now, if you are Richie, I know he's read a lot of messages and that, but it's a thing tonight not to go into overdrive and
77.
keep reading things. And remember, there's still a job to do tomorrow.
And you know what? You know, them first 2 games, there could be a horrible message from someone because they expected him to win them early 2 games.
92. Richie Parkin,
And I tell you what, the
129.
worst thing I used to do was focus on the horrible ones. I will just tell me if he's going to look at it, just instantly press block.
89. Jacques Labre, 89.
These tops after 18 darts. Are these going to be Jack's final 3 darts of the week? Is his last dart going to be a bull? Doesn't even look at the treble.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jack Vincent.
Well done, Jack Vincent.
That showed a lot of character. When your week was almost done and your race was almost run, the kind of a bullseye finish just to keep your week alive says a lot about the courage and convictions of Jack Vincent. And have a look at that for a first dart.
85.
Just prolonging the agony for Lisa
60.
Ashton. He's probably sat there itching and desperate to get on to the next game. And that bullseye from Jack, sorry, probably means it's another extra couple of minutes before she's on that stage.
95.
Penny for your thoughts, Lisa.
A reminder, we're back tonight,
85.
10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for all of the action from Group B, which is being headlined at the minute by Matt Dennon. He's the man at the top of the table, but we're also going to see in action Andreas Harrison, Jamie Kelling, Lee Evans and Mike Warburton in a race to the finishing line, which looks set to go the distance. So 10 p.m. so you can watch whatever you need to watch in the evening and come and join us for a Friday night of darting fun. And it was fun last night, that was for sure, Glenn.
You know, as a commentator, I really enjoyed the session last night. Absolute quality on offer, but also just a little bit of fun in the commentary box and the production team.
60.
The balance was good.
123.
Just because Richie's on 250, the natural way to go there is treble 19. But he's just playing the percentages.
87.
And that last dart sort of confirms the reason why he went that way to leave 36.
90. Jacques Labre, 36.
So double 18 to send us the distance here. On for double 9.
18.
So Parkin has the chance to end his group with a blockbuster finish. Not to be this time. So Vincent will return to send us to a decider, but it's going to be under palpable pressure as Parkin leaves 60. He's going to go straight for the double 9, gets the double 9. No thoughts of splitting. His only thoughts was hitting, and we go all the way to leg 7.
And I bet before the game, Parkin would have been a heavy favourite in this game.
7th and final leg, Richie to throw
with the job already done, was his mind a little bit not on 100% focus, but I can tell you right now, with the darts, he's desperate to win this leg.
140.
And when he's focused like that, the 140s are just so free-flowing. Needs a treble.
41.
That's the last thing he needed. So for Richie, just a ton. Anything now is a bonus after that first dart. That's a shocker.
121.
That's a Brahma. 140, 121 with the darts. That would be very, very difficult for anyone to beat that.
100.
Quality JV.
Although I can't think of JV without thinking about the snooker commentator, John Virgo. Where's the third dart going?
140.
It's gone in treble 20. And after 9 darts, potentially 11 darter for Richie Parkin. And what a conclusion to the week it's been for him.
85, Richie Parkin 100.
And as a dart player, you want these really highs in life. And right now, Richie Parkin is living that. 76 will treble 20.
29.
That's possible. His worst 3 darts. He's probably already thinking how to celebrate, how I'm going to get up this stage. Once again, he has to reset and move on.
100, Richie Parkin 71.
So 6 from here to finish his Group C campaign with a victory. Richie Parkin wants double
Game,
16
shot, and the match.
to finish
Richie Parkin.
with a win. He has been the player of Group C. He tops Group C, and on debut, Richie Parkin makes his way to the final as the top player in Group C. He has been the revelation of Week 5, and he gets the better of Jack Vincent, who has had a good week's experience here. Perhaps at times results didn't quite go his way, but will certainly learn a lot from the past 5 days. And we look forward to seeing what happens in his very, very exciting future, that is for sure. Well, we're going to take a short break. Lisa Ashton can qualify and join Richie Parkin in the finals tomorrow if she can get the better of Josh Richardson.
Well, here we go then. That is that for Richie Parkin and Jack Vincent in Group C here in this week's MODUS Super Series Group C action. And interestingly, we've had 2 last leg deciders today here in Portsmouth, and way fewer than we've had most of the week. They both involved Jack Vincent in his first game of the day. He lost to Shewan in the last leg decider, and then he loses to Richie Parkin in a last leg decider in his last game. So kind of a nice bookend in a way, if that works anyway, to a week for Jack, but unfortunately for him, not the week that he would have wanted. But for Richie Parkin, what a dream debut it is. He manages to top Group C. He will be in Group 1 tomorrow night on finals night. The big question, though, is who will join him? Looking at that table, there are only 2 people that can do so, one of them coming up next. And if they win their game, they will go through. That, of course, is the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton. She is playing up against Josh Richardson in our penultimate match of the day. Very, very close game. This was between the pair. A 104 from Josh yesterday saved the match against the Lancashire Rose. But in the end, it was a 100 outshot from Lisa on a tops finish that got her a W and got her the victory. So this is a big, big moment. Lisa lost, of course, to Lee Shewan earlier on today, but she still has this chance. Qualification is still in her hands. Win against Josh Richardson, and she's through. If she loses, it opens the door for Jacques Labre. Glenn, over to you.
Thanks, Charlotte. Lisa Ashton. Did her opportunity go when she played Lee Shewan? We've used the word pivotal moment this week. Is it going to be the penultimate game of this week? Or is it all going to go down to Jacques' game against Lee Shewan? So many permutations still with only 2 matches to go. Are we going to get the hot or are we going to get the cold of Josh Richardson? Sit back and watch the action.
There should be a quality encounter because we've seen some good stuff from Josh Richardson today. He'll just be gutted about the way Thursday went, because if he had just picked up a couple of more points, he would have been around the mix. But the consistency of the players at the top has been there to see throughout the last 2 days, and Ashton chief among them.
I think I'm a little bit disappointed about the way he's dealt with his emotions, especially after a bad dart. There's been some quite strange periods where he's sort of 2 or 3 seconds he's took to then throw the next dart as he was assessing the situation. You feel someone as quality as him should know what plan A, B and C is before you get to that hockey there. So I think that's an area to improve, but what I would say is he's a talent, and when he gets that timing and that scoring right, he's dangerous 74. Against anybody. Even with 4 stars on her back, Henry, do you think she's still feeling it 83. Right now?
That was a question I was about to ask you. What does she feel going into this one? Because it's in her own hands. Victory, the destiny is sealed. She's into the 81. Finals. But the last thing she'll want to do is be sat in that practice room during game 15, walking up and down it, pacing up and down it.
55.
Waiting for Lee Shewan to do a job.
How ironic, though, it was Lee Shewan that cost her. Topping the, going through. Could he be the saviour in the last game? And you're absolutely 100. Spot on. While it's in your own hands, it's up to you. And mere mortals would be concerned. It's just 58. Something special and great just about Lisa. 146. She knows it's in her hands, and if she was to lose this game, then fair play to Jacques. I just think the final. Just looking there, that is a wonderful finish there. If you're wondering why he didn't use the treble 18 there, the first dart was just so perfect. He followed that through. And I've said a couple of times this week, we do like that double 13 because it's right on the eye line.
Second leg Lisa to throw first.
And that's a fantastic start. So it's the hot Josh Richardson we're getting here.
59.
Nothing's any straightforward in the MODUS Super Series, is it?
Absolutely not. When 60. You think one thing is secure, it isn't, unless it is categoric. And it's complete and it's done. And it's certainly not in this scenario.
100.
Will it be a case of game 15 meaning something, or will it be a game where both players will be able to have one final lap, knowing what's going to be their destiny at the end of it? Lisa Ashton will be hoping that that final match is absolutely meaningless.
I also get the feeling that Josh
140.
is probably thinking, I wish I'd got the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday session, because he seems the type of player with them 3 days under his belt. He'd come back to a Thursday, Friday, and he'd be absolutely lethal.
100.
He has had success coming in on a Thursday and Friday in the past. That's when he won all 10 matches in the group. And we see a lot of times, sometimes with players here who expect to do good things. If it doesn't happen on the first day, you just leave yourself chasing in the 2-day format. You can get away with it in Group B. Group C, in some respects, is possibly the toughest group in the fact that you don't really allow yourself much wiggle room in terms of time. So Lisa Ashton here, 62, straight into the treble 6. So 46. Double 16, last dart in hand doesn't go. And this would be some way to break the throw and to double the lead if Richardson could take out this 1-6-7. It's still very much on. Treble 19 would have left in a dart at the ball, and so Ashton now double 8 to level 16. Things up.
Those pesky doubles is what she's thinking. But she's got to keep thinking positive. But it's double 8, is it?
Game shot on the second leg.
There is. She so nearly bust that first one as she shakes her head, goes by. Maybe. Not just that bit of good fortune was on her side, because that could have gone quite horribly
I'd
wrong.
like Josh to throw first. Game on. .43.
Not the ideal start on throw there for Josh Richardson, which allows Ashton in to take full advantage, to capitalise on the slip, and that 140 will most definitely do that.
I'm learning some French phrases here from Jacques at the side of me, as Lisa hits
77.
140s and low scores. He must be feeling every emotion right now, because what a feeling it would be for him if he knows he could play that last game with the opportunity of playing here on
85.
Saturday night. Please come and join us on Saturday night. It'll be a feast of fantastic tungsten tossing and a chance to meet myself and Henry as well.
.40.
You've hung around Chris Murphy too long. Tungsten tossing.
You have a look at my local paper dart cuttings for the past, what
81.
was that, 2010-11? I was using them terms a long time ago. Murphy's a copycat.
.24.
He's elsewhere, where he's covering the PDC TV stream with a lot of our actual other colleagues. We've got Charlie Courtsby refereeing, Paul
65.
Nicholson's there, Mark Webster, who does a little bits and bobs with us here and there. Busiest commentator in darts, according to the weekly darts cast. Obviously, Mace. Cannot forget Mace on the ITV coverage.
80. Lisa Carr 130.
So Lisa will be delighted that all of a sudden she's got the ascendancy in this game. She doesn't need to panic on this 130. The treble 18 would be
58.
lovely. But she has set it up for that 3-dart combination. He will stay there. Well, he's looking, because treble 19 does leave the 140.
41.
And
Lisa
that
Carr
delay.
72.
That just 1 second delay is the difference from a treble 20 to a little one, in my opinion. Another fat 16 for Lisa.
Game shot of the third leg.
Pop,
Lisa
pop,
Ashton.
Boom. Lisa takes a 2-1 lead. And more importantly, she had to break Josh in this game. And that job is done. It's over to you now, Lisa. All that hard
Lisa to
work.
throw first. Game on.
Give me a treble.
She's halfway there, and when she broke the throw, you could see by the way she
100.
walked straight back down the oche. That was a signal of intent, a steely-eyed focus from the face of the Lancashire Rose.
Well spotted, Henry. I thought exactly the same myself.
57. .60. .82.
Advantage Lisa again, but you just feel the magnificent scoring power of Lisa. Lisa they come to the 4.
100.
And that last dart, that just the feeling of 100 is so much better with a last dart treble than a first dart. That's perfect for Josh. I'd also like to
100.
see him play with a treble 19 a little more, even a treble 18 in that situation. He's ruthless going straight for that treble 20.
140.
Which is ironic,
Isn't it?
don't you think?
It looks like rain out there.
80. Lisa Carr 101.
I'll tell you on your wedding day, but it was your birthday yesterday. Lisa Ashton 101 for a 3-1 lead, and to put herself a leg away from progressing. Moves along.
49.
Modified treble 10 to leave double 16. 52 upon overturn with Richardson back on 182.
I gave myself the luxury of a Paul Hinks 180 in commentary yesterday as a birthday present to myself.
60. Lisa Carr 52.
Tops a 3-1.
Big moment in this game, this double 10.
32. Joshua Carr 122.
The perfect dart for double 7. Do you fancy it?
108. Lisa car 20.
Jacques Labre's heart would have been in his mouth. He had to just double check with Paul Hinks it was in. There's
Game
no
shot on
double
the
checking
fourth
whether
leg.
that's
Lisa
in.
Ashton.
And Lisa Ashton, the Lancashire Rose, is on the hill. She's one leg away from qualification for tomorrow night's finals. And Jacques Labre's hopes hang on Josh Richardson winning each of the remaining 3 legs. And of course, we should also keep in play the legs difference, because if Lisa Ashton gets it done in this
81.
leg, just having a look at the legs difference, she has to get it done in this leg to get level.
55.
No, sorry, excuse me. Completely ignore me there.
Yeah, I thought I'd got it wrong there, but
We got a stats table which didn't refresh there.
86.
quite simply, if Lisa wins, no matter what the score is, it's Richie Parkin who finishes top. And Lisa will go into Group 2.
100. $100.
140 would be nice for Lisa here.
140.
I always like a 134 here, so I just totally understand why I went downstairs there.
40.
Advantage Ashton. Music to her ears. 1 treble here.
100.
What a dart that. Did you see her reaction? That's from a lady who's got hundreds of titles. 4 stars in her back. But a treble 20, the MODUS Super Series.
64. Lisa car 106.
Because she senses this could well be the moment that sees herself through to tomorrow night's final. 1 dart at double 18.
Joshua car 130.
Comes and goes. So she's had a dart to qualify for tomorrow night's final. Can Josh Richardson now come up with a moment of divine inspiration? Another one of them or a single? The bullseye.
100. Lisa car 18.
The task for Lisa was quite simply to beat Josh to go through to Saturday night. And she does it with a fantastic 4-1 victory over Josh Richardson. Nothing to really write home about, apart from the fact it's 2 points. See you Saturday night, Lisa.
A very warm welcome back then to the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. I'm just losing my ears here at the moment because I'm delighted to say that the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton, is joining us here. Lisa, congratulations. You're into Champions Week again.
Thank you. I apologise for the sore throat and that, but yeah, I'm so chuffed to get through.
I mean, it must have been difficult because obviously Monday to Wednesday wasn't the best that we've seen you. And like, what was it the difference that you think that you came through Monday and Wednesday looking so brilliant? You look brilliant scoring-wise. Double-wise didn't particularly great, but what was the difference between yourself then and now Thursday and Friday?
Yeah, I've been struggling on my doubles Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Got with a bit of a cold and that, and I thought, right, like I've got to dig in, got to get these doubles. So I'm happy to get through. Hopefully, carry on. Yeah,
of course. I mean, let's just take a look at some of the crucial outshots that you've taken out throughout the week. I mean, it's been fantastic to see, to be honest, because you've been in a real good space, obviously, with your scoring in particular, but then your double-in has now seemed to be been to really getting a lot better than here. There's a couple of shots here that we've just seen there and a couple of clips there. What is the difference, do you think, that the crucial outshots that you've been taking out this week, what's the difference, do you think, that you've had that in between the difference in Monday, Wednesday and Thursday and Friday?
I think when I got like a big check out, I'm taking it out. When I've got like 3 doubts, I'm concentrating more. So now I'm just thinking, no, just relax and play. And hopefully now I can take both of them into tomorrow night. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, also as well, you're obviously going off to Ali Pali in a couple of weeks' time, playing on that stage again. How important for you was coming here for your prep ahead of Ali Pali as well? Yeah, definitely. That's why I've come here. I need the practice, and the best practice you can have is come and play the men here. It raises your standards, so hopefully I can keep going in the best practice I can have. Obviously,
you've finished third before in Champions Week. I'm sure now you'll be looking to try and get that one stop and get yourself back into Champions Week as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm just going to focus and see if I can get in the final, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, get there into Champions Week.
It'll be fantastic. It'll be great to see you here. Lisa, thank you again as always. Thank you very much indeed, and we will see you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much.
We'll move on to our final match then here in Group C. It is Lee Shewan against Jacques Labre. Here is Henry and Glenn to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Jarlev. So, game 15 between Lee Shewan and Jacques Labre. But before we focus on that, let's talk about that interview there with Lisa Ashton. As you can see, the relief is palpable. She said she wants to be here for the practice ahead of Alexandra Palace, and it's job done for her.
Yeah, and to be fair, without blowing our own trumpets, we have been saying that all these 4-3s was money in the bank for her, because you can't go home and practice for a couple of hours and have the same feeling of not only match practice, but with the Paul Hinks, the Marco Myers, and that wonderful stage there. You can't buy that. And now to complement that, she's going to have a crowd on Saturday night and be playing for $5,000. This is great. And she's not 100% at her best physically. You heard it in her voice there. But I just think, and we both agreed off air, without bias, it just brings something special to Saturday night having Lisa there, doesn't it, as well? And
first flag is leader through first.
I'm going to throw out to you, come and join us on Saturday night, because the best feeling they can have is to have a crowd here on Saturday night. And I would love to see a full crowd. Come and join us. Come and join the party.
80.
Come and join the Darty party in Pompey. Dartshop.tv, the place to be for that.
58.
Now, the final game of the group is the battle between the man from Paris, Jacques Labre, and the man from Fleetwood, Lee Shewan. So, yes, I am going to repeat it. It is a battle of Fleetwood Jacques. And if you are tuning in, you can follow us everywhere here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And I will now break the chain of bad
60.
puns.
I don't know Fleetwood Mac, so at least it's not ABBA. That's all I'm thinking. I think this is my first ever dead rubber. I think where a game doesn't mean an awful lot.
54.
Now it's just about pride, professionalism, and showing the MODUS Super Series guys that I want to come back, and this is what I can do. Feel a bit for Jacques. After 5 days on the spin, I feel like I've got to know him. There was just something about the way he was progressing throughout the whole competition that he was going to do something quite special on Saturday night.
140.
And for Lee, I think it's just a little bit below par. He'll be disappointed. Probably because I tipped him to do really well. So
55.
I'll take the blame, Lee.
106.
So 106 for Shewan for an opening leg hold. Treble 18 will be the intended. Treble 18 was the intended target. I can
28.
guarantee.
Jacques Labre 148.
Seen this already from Josh Richardson today. Jacques Labre going to follow up in kind. Another one of them would have left double 14.
Yes, we've had some big finishes this week, haven't we?
78.
This is the kind of area that I really like. 70, that's a wonderful first dart. 2 darts at double 12. And he thought that was in. He was walking. He was walking. All that momentum going for double 6 now is gone.
66.
And that,
Jacques
there you
Labre,
go,
48.
just sums up Lee's past couple of days.
Tops.
8.
In that situation, I'd go really direct for it because I don't think I've ever seen him miss double 10. He's like Michael Smith and James Wade.
9. Jacques Labre 40.
And he's going to prove it for me here. He's going to go small on the 20. And then he's going to ping double 10. This is why I'm now the best commentator in the world. You can catch me on glendurrantdarts.com or at Twitter at #DoesA180. And I would appreciate anything nice because I've had the season from hell.
Second leg, Jacques to
Glenn,
throw first.
I'm going to go to the shop and I'm going to buy a lottery ticket. On the basis of that, I want you to jot down on this notepad what the winning numbers are going to be.
I'll do that just for you.
83. Thank you.
If you want to win the lottery tonight, 3, 16, 21, 29, 35 and 48.
60.
I will also say I've been taking them for 15 years and I've won 30 quid.
Let's have a chat about Group B then while we've got a little bit of time following the conclusion of this game. Matt Dennett looks a hefty favourite, but maybe from there,
17.
too close to call?
In my very short career, you know, I sat with you, Henry. I thought last night's session for me, just the time flew, it was just a good banter between the players. The quality was excellent out there, but the shining beacon for me was Matty Dennington.
140.
Just because he's someone who doesn't reflect on a negativity. I think he's had some disappointments in his career, so he just brushes them off and moves forward. And he did this last time, if I remember rightly, and didn't come back the next night as strong as we'd all hoped he would. And there's some serious talent behind him there. And the guy who finishes bottom was still the guy for me
100.
who's been so intriguing this week in Andreas Harrison. And I wouldn't rule him out to get 4 wins on the spin. Personally,
58.
I can't wait. So please tune in at 10 o'clock tonight. See the culmination before we go to Saturday night when the real party starts.
58.
You know, look at the field so far. You've got a 4-time world champion. You've got one of the enigmatic young talents in Conor Heenahan.
85.
And Richie Parkin, who
Jacques Labre 60.
has been, for a lot of people, the breakout star. He sets it up. Single 20 for double 10.
Doesn't even look at...
40.
Glenn enters the room again. What's just happened there? Oh, right. He missed double 10.
85.
You just feel like Lee wants to get away, so... Double 10. He'll miss this. He missed this one. That's right. He'll hit this. Rub them lottery numbers out. 2-0. Jacques Labre. And absolute respect to him. The disappointment walking to that stage must have been immense when he saw that Lisa had won.
Throw first. Game on.
And he just relaxes those shoulders and neck muscles. Been a long 5 days, and potentially it looks like he's going to miss out just
96.
by the 1 win. So there'll be a hint of frustration. If I'm able to get chat with him, I'd ask him to see the positives because for sure we'll be seeing him again at the MODUS Super Series. Wouldn't it be great if he was on here with his good friend Thibaut Tricot?
How do you approach this game on the back of what he would have seen a couple of moments ago when Lisa got the better of Josh?
66.
He's got absolutely no interest in this game, and You know, poor Lee's just been through the ringer here, hasn't he? He's just been a real disappointment for him. He certainly just wants to get on the M1 and get home. For Jacques, we've seen a man grow. We've seen, I think he's seen parts of his game that on a stage, you know, he's improved on as the week's gone on. The board management, the demeanour, and he's just going to be frustratingly just missing short. But from a selfish point of view, to have that 4-time world champion on Saturday night, and from a personal point of view, to see the fish filleter, Richie Parkin. It's a big moment for him, and it's a big moment for our Teesside darts, and everybody will be tuned in on Saturday night.
45. Jacques
Labre here.
161.
He's got 6 darts to open up a 3-0 lead in this one. Doesn't have to go for it. Won't now, obviously. I just having a look there. Is that
90.
just a little bit of a change of equipment there? In the flight area, in the flight department.
Do you remember when we said that last week? But I just think it's the flag or the mark is there.
61.
If you remember rightly, I thought exactly the same as you, but I think we can just see the pattern there also now. 54, 14 or 18. So double top.
Game shot on the third leg.
Respect, Jack. You probably did not want to get on this stage, and you can see him shaking his head there. Just imagine if he was 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, Jacques to through
going
first.
Into the match, knowing his leg was to go through to Saturday night, but unfortunately, just all about finishing this game off and finishing this group off.
Very quickly before I let you go up to the balcony to join Jacques Labre tonight, Group B, I'm going to nail your colours to the mast early. 3 names.
Matty Dennant,
90.
Mike Warburton, Andreas Harrison.
I shall see you this evening, Glenn. He makes his way up to the balcony to join Jacques Labre to analyse the action, and it may not be too far away. Jacques Labre, 239 points away from sealing a 4-0 victory against Lee Shewan in our final game of Group C. Remember, we're back tonight, 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV for the beginning of Group B. Sorry, for the conclusion of Group B. I'm getting a bit excited here in the commentary box. Reminder of who's on show later. As Sherwin looks to put on a show to finish. Got Matt Dennant, Mike Warburton, Lee Evans, Andreas Harrison and Jamie Kelling for your entertainment. 140 leads him on 56 after 12. But will it be academic as Shewan wants 91 to pull a leg back, but Labre's going to get his opportunity then. On 56 to finish his week here at the Super Series on a high. Tops. And Jacques Labre will end his week at the MODUS Super Series with victory against Lee Shewan. He narrowly misses out on qualification for tomorrow night's finals. He gets the better of Lee Shewan 4-0. It was one of those games both players knew they couldn't qualify no matter what happened after that one. Labre, 87.13 average, 2 maximums to his name compared to Shewan's 1. It was a week of ups and downs for Lee Shewan. A little bit more consistent, perhaps he would have been in amongst the mix for qualification. Jacques Labre, oh so close to making it through to Saturday night's Super 6 finale for £5,000. But he's been a great addition to the Super Series on debut, and another great addition towards the forever flourishing French darting scene. But congratulations goes to Richie Parkin and Lisa Ashton. They've qualified through, and to talk all about it, Glenn Durrant's made his way up to the balcony to join Jacques Labre.
He has indeed, Henry. Thank you very much indeed. Go and get yourself some sleep between sessions, because we'll be doing that in just a moment or two. Glenn, I mean, we might as well not even bother playing this session, mightn't we? The top 2 at the start of the session, top 2 at the end. There wasn't any doubt, any worry or anything like that.
Yeah, the ups and downs of the MODUS Super Series have been evident this week. And, you know, to see them up close and personal on from the Monday to the Friday, I do feel for Jacques just a little bit. But I think the best two players are going through.
But to say, for you on a personal level, obviously we know your relationship with Richie. You waxed lyrical about it throughout the day in comms, and also as well the respect and the love that you have for Lisa Ashton as well. On a personal level for you, as we see them just clinching their spots here in finals night, it couldn't have gone much better for you this session, could it?
Well, I've just given Richie a big hug there because he tried to grab hold of me mid-competition, and I was like, no, Richie, I'm there on commentary. It's no bias towards other players, and that's the thing I want people to see is me talking to you. And I said just concentrate on the job. But and Lisa, I'm Lisa's biggest fan. I've played pairs with her. For me, it's a dream too going through.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look then at that final table. And as we say, it is a dream debut for Richie Parkin here at the Super Series on 16 points. He will be joined by Lisa Ashton on finals night, 14 points. As you said before, Glenn, feel quite sorry actually for Jacques because he played well, but in the end, just a couple of results didn't go his way.
Well, for one, I hope he sees the positives, and for two, we'll definitely be seeing him back on the MODUS Super Series. I mean, French darts is in a good place at the moment with Thibault. He's a Challenge Tour winner. He's the Europe Cup singles winner. I hope he sees the positives because progressively through the week he got better.
Yeah, absolutely. And now let's take a look ahead to Group B tonight, our final night of group action here at the MODUS Super Series before we move on to finals night. And this is the top of the table, and this is the table in its entirety, and they're chasing Matt Dennant there at the top of the table. But again, we've talked about it, how close it is between. There's three, that, of course, that qualify through there. Can Jamie Kenning or Andreas Harrison push themselves back up into that position, do you think?
Yeah, I've just been asked the question there, and I think, the call I gave was Matty Dennant. I think he was just a class act. I mean, there was a moment last night where we thought every player was going to be on 4 points, so it would be a tough ask. The controversial thing I'm going to say is I think Andreas Harrison can still get in the top three. Let's see what happens there. I think there's apparently a football match on tonight as well that we need to go and watch first. I'm not too sure. Is it Wales versus Iran? Or?
Let's not mention that, actually. Quickly moving on. Thanks again to Glenn for joining us here at the MODUS Super Series. Thanks as well to Henry on comms and our fantastic production team. We are now halfway to finding out our Super Six. Conor Heenahan was the first man through on Wednesday. Richie Parkin and Lisa Ashton have joined him this morning. It's time to find out the remaining 3 places, and that will be decided at 10 o'clock GMT, straight after some small football match on that's on. So join us here on Sporty Stuff TV or on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But from all of us in Portsmouth, whatever you're doing, have a very good afternoon. We'll see you at 10.
Where you are, and then we come in. See, Glenn, you ain't got a time on you. You just turn around and go, Paul's tungsten time. And that's it.
He's actually let it go.
Who's going to film it?
Yeah, it's Stefan on his lovely phone.
So am I going to turn around and say,
What's this for?
no, you don't need,
I don't need to wear this, actually. No, you're going to do yours on the stage. This is you at work. This is.
so you're going to...
Shall I do it in a spotting?
Right, I'm at...
Shall I put this on?
You're coming like this.
Shall I put this on?
Do you want me to go on stage now then?
Yes. Is it tungsten time again? So you get the ex-player commentator to do it?
Not too early up in England are at 7.
I'm getting here at 6:30.
So no.
Wayne Hurst is basically a club commentator.
We'll be all right in this group.
He's in the middle. He's in the middle of the his own half.
2-0.
That's all right. Nice meeting you. Nice meeting you. Here we go.
What's wrong with the set? What do you want me to say?
So you're facing the dartboard. Do you think they'd like having this in the background? They're going to fuck with it, won't they? Yeah.
I'm talking to starting shot on that. It's still going to be you still.
Or just my voice?
Yeah, we do it almost like first hand, almost like from the point of view. So we want Paul.
So Paul, you're sort of where you would be.
Yeah.
Like all in sport.
Where are we going to approach from?
Where's the best way?
Do you want it to turn round?
Yeah. Well, I'll walk, yeah? Yeah.
Face forward, Paul. Okay.
What do you want to say?
Face forward.
Oh, yeah, sorry, mate, yeah. I will go, hey, Paul, you ain't got a time on you. You say, Paul, it's tungsten. In your, he said, tungsten,
Oh.
yeah. I'm not in trouble.
You want me to turn around like that?
Yeah, yeah. Paul, you ain't got a time on you, have you?
Paul, it's tungsten time!
Make sure you say, yeah, it's tungsten time.
Yes! Yeah.
Tungsten time.
So where do we have to look?
You just look forward for now, and then when we come up to you, when Paul speaks, you turn around and look to the right.
Into the mic and look at us.
Yeah.
Marco, have you got a time on you at all?
Yes, it's tungsten time! We're not going to film you.
We are ready. The players are ready. And it's tungsten time!
You go, oh, you should stay here and just be like, what is the time? And then like, oh shit,
Yeah, I've got to do this first. It's tungsten time. See you guys later. Take care. Things you do for darts. Hold on. I've got to do this. What do you Do you want me to look at Paul or the camera when I say it?
yeah, look at me, I think.
Okay. Okay, so I'll go come up here, you shout it. I'll just cut the head and he shouts at you.
Henry, have you got a time on you?
It's tungsten time! Yeah, that's game shot. And the first leg, Marco Meyer. What time is it?
It's tungsten time.
Ready? The referee is ready, and it's